the defendant is here. If you ever need to address anything else, you're more than welcome to.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we left off with a couple of loose ends yesterday. Let me start out with what I think might be the easiest. I received from Mr. last night a copy of, it looks like transcripts from the memorandum statement.
Yes, I was able to rush or sent to me whatever time I sent them to everyone last night. I'm putting on a rebuttal case. I'm hoping to do it today. So I would just ask that I be able to put those in so that way the jury can have it. I would have put it in my case in chief, but for the not existing.
Did you get a chance to review it to see if it was edited with what we agreed upon would be removed?
Candidly, I have not had a chance to verify, but
If you
assume.
get a chance to take a look at it,
Yes, ma'am.
you could not agree with it, you could agree with the limiting instruction to the jury.
I mean, assuming it's edited with, it follows the edited recording, I don't have an objection with the jury having it to follow along if they rewatch the video.
Review it, both sides, and if you want me to say something along the lines of, this is an aid to what you hear in the video.
Yes, I would ask for that instruction. Yes.
Yeah, that should be.
I'm sorry.
That instruction should be given.
Alright, so it's an aid because I think you're all on the same page. The audio is not the best audio, and so the evidence is actually
The video.
the video.
Just be on standby.
Okay, witnesses, David Perez. So,
I don't know where he is, so I tried.
understood.
Yeah.
Because of the limited amount of witnesses you were called between yesterday and today, if he's not available for today, we're gonna move on. I think the record is clear, and I'll address this link in a minute. I think the record is clear. You've made all your efforts. The court has assisted you. I think he's known to the family. He's not a stranger. He's a loose relative or a blood relative by way of being a cousin, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
And I think he's stated to you in the past he doesn't want to cooperate or something along those lines.
He told me he would. He told me he would be here Monday for depositions, and then the night before he said, "Can't make it, sorry." And then when I told him, you're on probation, this could be a problem for you, he said, "Do what you got to do. I don't care. Good night." And that's the last communication I got
Okay.
from him, I should say.
All right, so I've given time. It sounds like Mr. Perez is just not cooperating, but it's not your fault and it's not Mr. Flamas' fault. That's the way that I see it. Okay. And because we had planned for trial to conclude this week, we may be a day ahead of schedule. Today would be the day for the defense to finish putting on the witnesses per the schedule. What about the minor witness?
The minor was deposed yesterday, and he's here.
All right, so you're planning on putting him on?
If he doesn't, I will be.
So the minor was distraught this morning, and I had a conversation with him, and he indicated to me that he didn't want to talk anymore, and I told him if that's what he wants to do, I'll respect that. But I think he's come around to it. My intent, based on everything, is to call Ms. Link first, deal with that, and then I'll cross that bridge later and see how he's doing later.
We have left off with issues of his age, his tender age. We went over some of the statutes. The statutes don't indicate one way or the other that there's a cutoff, even though most jurisdictions have laws on the books that 12 years of age is a cutoff. Having said that, I left it up to you all to meet him, talk to him, and see if there's anything else that I have to inquire from. For example, whether or not he needed to testify via closed circuit, things of that nature. At this stage, you don't know if you're going to put him on?
I don't know for sure as I stand.
Okay.
Might.
I will be putting him on as a rebuttal witness. I think during his deposition yesterday, he said a number of different things that lead me to believe that he has been coached, which also lead me to a greater point of these witnesses actively watching, being involved in, and coordinating their testimonies. I also listed this morning Crystal Barreto, who was previously listed as a state witness, but I did list her as a rebuttal witness, and I intend to put her on as we discussed yesterday.
You need to proffer what you're going to put on this 11-year-old for before I go down that.
Sure. He said during his deposition yesterday that the pistol whipping incident happened the day before the death of his father. He said that he has spoken to his mom, I think he said 3 times about the case, but he speaks to his grandmother at least once a week.
Which grandmother?
Josephina Perez.
Does he live together?
Yes. No, about the case.
Okay.
They speak at least once a week about the case. The reason that he is here today in court to testify is to get his mother out of jail. Additionally, what he said was that he would, when he is speaking to his grandmother about the case, he forgets things and gets things wrong, especially about the day before the pistol whipping incident. And I asked him, does your grandmother correct you? And he said, yes, she tells me what actually happened. And I asked, was she there? And he said, no. So she corrects you even though, and tells you what actually happened even though she wasn't there, which again goes directly to the credibility of these witnesses.
I don't see how you're connecting the dots of credibility of witnesses by putting on a witness to essentially impeach other witnesses.
Judges to rebut their credibility, which is why I'm also putting on Crystal Barreto to have her testify about how she was posting on Facebook. I'm also going to have Mr. Perez come in again and testify to what he testified to. But no, it all comes together. It goes to the credibility of these witnesses and rebuts their direct credibility, saying, I didn't say these things, I didn't do these things. When a witness is being coached what to say, directly contradicts and directly attacks the credibility of other witnesses and rebuts what they have to say.
You trailed up at the end. You have to repeat that again. You want PJ to testify to prove Josephina is lying?
Not to prove.
Okay, to rebut that Josephina is lying.
So, yes, to rebut that what they are saying is true and to attack their credibility, which I am allowed to do on rebuttal.
You have to be more specific. When you say they already put on, what, 2 or 3 defense witnesses?
3.
Okay. So you have to be more specific. PJ will testify.
He will testify that he speaks to his grandma about this case at least once a week, that when he's speaking about the case to her, she actively is telling him what to say. That when he forgets things, she is the one, despite not being there, to correct him and say, no, this is what actually happened.
So you envision that coming out if Mr. Gomez puts him on in his case?
I do.
Okay.
And that's why I would call him as a rebuttal if PJ isn't called in the defense case.
One thing at a time. Mr. Gomez, do you agree that if you put on PJ, that they're allowed to bring out through cross-examination the coaching line of questioning?
Certainly.
Okay.
And if I don't put him on, the only reason I would not put him on is because he's asking me not to put him on because he's distraught and I don't want to traumatize him. Because prior to 10 minutes ago, he wasn't thrilled about it, but he was willing to do this. Now, if I make that decision not to put him on for that reason, I would vigorously oppose the state dragging him in here and traumatizing him further because of the condition he's in. We're not there yet. I'm just putting that on your radar.
There's just been my position this entire time that I don't think this kid should testify. I think we're going to traumatize him regardless, but it's very important for a jury to hear about witness coaching. And that's why I'm also going to be calling Crystal again as a witness to testify that she had been outside yesterday on her phone, which she denied being on her YouTube, that she was posting on her Facebook clips, videos, live streams, commentary from YouTube, which goes into the fact that they have been changing their testimony as they watch it, which is important, and that's why PJ needs to testify.
You keep saying Crystal posting, you keep saying they keep changing their testimony.
The defense
You
witnesses.
must be more specific.
Each and every defense witness.
Okay. Listen, you want to put on a rebuttal case, you've proffered to me, I'll take you as your word, as an officer of the court. I guess we'll just deal with it one step at a time. now on to, Ms. Link, she's going to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Link, I've had this case for 3 years. The way you've been in court this last week doesn't concern me at all that you're not understanding what's going on, that you're not understanding me, your answers have been coherent. I don't think Mr. Gomez has had a problem understanding you either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you had a hard time understanding him or conferring with him?
Not at all.
So you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. That's your personal right. Lawyers can give advice one way or the other. They can give advice based on their experience. But at the end of the day, it's an independent decision by a defendant to testify. Am I making sense so far?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Gomez is telling me that you want to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Have you had enough time to speak to him?
I have.
Okay. And you understand that whatever advice he gives, it's advice based on his experience, but he can't make any guarantees. Do you understand?
Yes.
And he may advise one way or the other, for or against testifying. You can absorb that advice, but whatever conclusion you come to must be your own conclusion. Do you understand?
Understand.
So are you telling me that your conclusion to testify is your own conclusion?
Correct.
You've seen him and others cross-examine witnesses. You'd be subject to the same cross-examination. Do you understand?
Yes.
Same rules also regarding not speaking over each other. I ask witnesses not to go on tangents and just answer the questions that are asked. Do you understand?
Yes.
She's not a convicted felon, right?
No, but she has several withholds.
Okay. So there's no impeachment regarding felony convictions?
Correct.
But if you testify, you become a witness, just like the other witnesses, and the rules of evidence and the jury instructions allows the jury to take into consideration and weigh your testimony just like any other witness. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay. I don't know in front of me, I don't have all the pre-trial filings regarding the possibility of opening the door on any past incidents of violence.
So I was actually going to bring that up, Your Honor. I don't mean to interject. I was going to bring it up because I think that the defendant needs to be given limited instructions and actually told how to answer the question. The reason I say that is because in her statement, she talks about victims' arrests as well as her own arrests. I think that the limiting instruction should be, and this is why I had my detectives testify the way they did, based off the court's prior rulings, is has Pedro committed acts of domestic violence against you? The answer is yes. And they can talk about the pistol whipping incident that Your Honor already granted and is allowing in. The follow-up question or question that I will ask is, have you also committed acts of domestic violence? And the answer is yes. If she says no, I think that opens the door to me playing the statement in which she says that she hit Pedro with a frying pan. I can mute the part that she said that was for the last time that she was arrested. I don't anticipate Ms. Link saying that she hasn't, but I think that that limiting instruction should be what is the questions and what is the answers.
Do you agree?
If she's asked the question, have you committed acts of domestic violence against Pedro, and she says yes, that's proper, but that's as far as it goes.
Okay. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, in order to protect your rights to have a fair trial, uncharged crimes are generally not allowed unless the defendant opens the door or goes to some other evidence during the trial. But we agreed that the jury can know that there were acts of domestic violence going both ways. What the state is saying is if you deny that on the witness stand, and that's the only question they're going to ask if it comes up. Was there domestic violence, you against Pedro against you? It might be two questions. That's been agreed. That's been agreed upon. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If you answer differently, it may open the door for the state to bring in other acts of violence by you onto Pedro. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And remember too, your state of mind the day of the shooting is relevant. So I've already allowed in based on the way that you gave your statements to police, as well as the closeness, the proximity of the pistol whipping incident that was 5 days before, that comes into evidence. But otherwise, there isn't anything relevant right now before me that allows anything that Pedro may have done to you regarding acts of violence prior to that pistol whipping incident. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
Now, there was some discussion from your mother about some things Pedro said and some things she witnessed, but again, those were within that 5-day period between the pistol whipping and the shooting, so I allowed it in. But it's not a free-for-all for what the state would probably argue is a character assassination on the part of the victim. Does that make sense as well?
Yes, Judge.
Because at some point, the jury can't be so distracted by outside evidence that they lose focus on the crime at hand, which is the murder charge. And the rules of evidence allow me to limit it because other evidence can't become the feature of the case. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else that I need to go through?
I don't think so.
So it's an intelligent mode,
Yes.
understanding of her
Definitely.
Miranda rights. She has a right to remain silent, and she's choosing to testify in court.
Yes.
Okay. So she'll be the first witness you call,
Yes, ma'am.
and then after that we'll talk about the minor.
I mean, I have to imagine she won't be done until well after lunch, so, yeah.
Okay,
We've got a few
so-
hours to,
So that'll give us to at least an hour or so.
And Judge, I want to correct something I said earlier, backing up to the minor. He also testified that his father did live at the house. He was on the road a lot, but when he would come back, he lived at the house. So that would also be very important on a rebuttal as well.
I don't think that was exactly his testimony, there's more to it than that, but I understand if they're gonna try to make it sound that way.
I have a recording of it because we took the deposition after 4 o'clock yesterday. I think we started around 5 o'clock yesterday. The court reporter was not able to get a rush transcript. I'm hoping to have it at some point today, but he did say that his father lived there.
Okay, fair enough. We'll just take it one issue at a time. All right, let me go off record, and then we'll come back in a few minutes. The counsel told me that we want the jury here. Thank you. that, the defense is still putting on their case. I'm gonna ask Mr. Tomas if he has any other witnesses. He's planning on calling today.
Yes, Judge, at this time I would call Daisy Link to the stand.
Earnestly. The next one is 41.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat over here.
Okay, I'll tell you what I told the civilian witnesses. Please don't speak over each other. Mr. Tomas will go first, the state will go second, and then he'll go third. If you don't understand the question, let me know. The lawyer can always re-ask it. If you hear the word objection, please pause, and I'll tell you if we're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
I'm Daisy Link.
So, Daisy, you were in a relationship with Pedro Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
And you all were together for a long time, correct?
Yeah.
You had how many kids together?
2.
What are their names?
Pedro and Mia.
How old are Pedro and Mia right now?
Right now, Mia is 9 and Pedro is 11.
Back in June of 2022, how old were Pedro and Mia?
Mia was 5 and Pedro was 7. He was about to be 8 2 months later.
What's his birthday?
August 7th.
All right, so I wanna focus on what happened 5 days prior to the shooting first. But before I do, 5 days prior to the shooting when you were injured, what was the status of your relationship with Pedro Jimenez Sr.?
We were off and on, but for the most part, at that moment, we were just in a sense of a nonchalant relationship with each other. Like, we weren't together, but he would come as he wanted to for the kids.
Did he live with you?
No.
Okay. So where did he live?
He lived at his mom's house. He had started staying there for about 2 months prior. He started going there a lot when he came home from being over the road.
Do you happen to know the address of his mother's house?
956 Northwest 4th Terrace, Florida City, 33034.
Okay. Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Yes, and both sides can have freestanding permission to approach the witnesses.
So Daisy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as in evidence as defense exhibit A. Can you tell me what that is?
That's one of his licenses.
One of Pedro's licenses?
Yes.
And what's the address on that license?
956 Northwest 4th Terrace.
Is that his mother's house
Yes.
where he lived?
Yes.
You said one of his licenses. There's more than one license?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you can see, but a different page of the same exhibit, there are 2 licenses on there, correct?
Correct.
Are both of them Pedro Jimenez's licenses?
Yes.
Do they appear to have the same address on them?
Yes.
Do both of those licenses have the address of his mother's house as his residence?
Yes.
Now, the place where you lived back in 2022, your residence, did you own or rent or lease in that location?
He rented.
Did you have a lease,
Yes.
a written lease?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as,
I have no objection.
okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as, well actually, Judge, at this time by stipulation of the parties, I will move defense, what's been listed as A5 and A6 into evidence.
Go ahead, clerk will mark it.
A5 is non-defense D, A6 is E.
Thanks. So I'm showing you Exhibit E. Tell me what that is.
This is the lease that I had for the house.
Now, what period of time does that lease cover?
This is from March of 2021, so that's basically for the following year.
It's a one-year lease?
Yeah, into 2022.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit D. Can you tell me what that is?
This was the new lease.
Beginning when?
This is for the new year, so this was for 2022.
2022 to 2023?
Correct.
So does that lease cover the period of time that fell on June of 2022?
Yes, it's from March 22 to March of 23.
Is Pedro on that lease?
No,
Now that lease is a little bit different in form from the other exhibit that I just showed you, correct?
correct.
Do you know why that is?
A new owner had bought it, so they had to redraft another contract.
So just so we're clear, Exhibit E is a lease which covers the period March 1st, 2021 through March 1st of 2022. At that time, a different person owned that property, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, that property was sold, and the lease, which covers 2022 to 2023, was prepared by a different person who was the new owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was Pedro on that lease?
No, he wasn't.
Only you were on the lease, correct?
Correct.
And the lease stated that your children also lived with you, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, because you lived at the property where you lived in 2022, you had lived there for some time, correct?
Correct.
Around how many years had you lived there?
Roughly, I'm gonna say about 4 going on 5 years.
Earlier on, in previous leases, was Pedro on those leases?
Yes.
So there was a time where you all lived together.
Yes.
But at a certain point, he was removed from the lease.
Yes.
And as you just stated, in 2022, June of 2022, that was not Pedro's residence anymore, correct?
No, correct.
At some point, did you change the locks to that residence?
Yes, I had to.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He began to break into the house.
Okay. So you changed the locks, I presume he didn't have a key.
No.
All right, so I wanna ask you about 5 days before Pedro died. What happened that day?
How would you want me to start from the beginning?
I guess let's start from the beginning of the day. Start from the beginning of the day. What's going on? What are your plans for that day?
I remember I picked him up.
Pick who up?
I picked up Pedro.
All right, where did you pick him up and around what time, if you remember?
I picked him up at his mom's house. I know he was supposed to be going back to work, driving within the next day. So I picked him up from his mother's house so he could see the kids around 1:30, 2 o'clock, between that window.
All right, you picked him up? Came to your house?
I brought him to the house mainly to speak to my mom. She was really upset with him.
No, wait, hold on a second. I'm not talking about the day he died. I'm talking about 5 days before.
Okay.
Were you mixed up there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking about the pistol whipping day.
That day,
So let's start over.
okay.
The 5 days before he dies, the day you got hit in the head.
Okay.
Tell me, how does that day start?
I remember I went to go, he was at somebody's house, and he had took my dogs from the day before.
Well, I don't want to, I guess let me put it this way. At some point, are you home and do you have guests in your house?
Okay, so yeah.
Okay,
Later.
around what time was that?
This is roughly, I'm gonna say maybe around 9 or 10. It wasn't too late, and it was late in the evening.
9 or 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
All right, who did you have at your house?
It was me, my cousin David, and 3 of his kids. They were playing with Papa and Mia.
When you say Papa, is that Pedro Jr.?
That's Pedro.
All right, so just so we're clear, at your home on this day, at night, you're there, your cousin David Perez is there, your 2 kids are there, and David Perez's 3 kids are there. Is that correct?
That is.
So there's 7 people in the home, 5 children, 2 adults.
Yes.
Anybody else?
No, that's
All
it.
right. Was there any special reason for this visit, or just to get together, or what?
It was just hanging out for the kids to play.
Okay. At some point, did somebody else come to your house?
Pedro.
All right, so Pedro were you expecting Pedro to come over?
I wasn't.
All right, so he comes over and what happens?
Well, initially me and David were sitting in the kitchen, and we were just drinking a couple beers, and we were laughing, having a good time. I know the kids were all in the living room, and they were playing Fortnite. And I just hear a loud bang, like kind of like how, like the police will knock on the door. So I opened it, and he was there. He never met my cousin, so he didn't know. So.
Hold on, sustain. So he's gonna ask another question.
Mhm.
Did Pedro know Did Pedro know your cousin David? Had you never met him before?
No, he didn't.
All right. So Pedro arrives. Does he see, as far as you know, does he see David there?
When I opened the door, he seen me and David.
And what happens when he sees that?
There was just a glare from me to David, back to me, and from there, he pulled out a gun.
Pulled out a gun?
Yeah.
Pedro pulled out a gun, and what did he do after he pulled out the gun?
Initially, he charged at me with the gun, and he hit me once with it, but me and David began to wrestle the gun off of him.
Were you able to take the gun from him?
I did.
All right. When you took it from him, what happened?
From there, I pointed it at him, and I guess our fingers were kind of intertwined. Because if not, I probably would have taken it. He ended up getting it back from me.
Pedro got the gun back?
Yeah.
What if anything did Pedro do once he got the gun back from you?
He pointed it at me, so I ran towards the front door, and I heard a bullet. Well, I heard it dislodge.
So he fired the gun at you?
He fired it at me. I'm not sure where he fired it at, whether it was through the door or through, I'm not sure. But I did hear it go off. So I ran out the door and I fell because the house is elevated. There's steps to go up. So I fell and I hit the ground And from there,
So I just want to clarify, did you run out one of the doors?
yes,
To
the
the
front door.
outside?
It started from the back of the house, and from the back of the house is the kitchen, and then there's the living room, and then there's the front door. So
Did you trip and fall outside the house or inside the house?
I fell outside.
Right. What happened after you fell?
From there, he jumped over me, over the ledge.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Pedro.
Okay, he jumped over.
He jumped over the ledge, and he pinned my arms down with his legs, and he began to bludgeon me with the pistol, with the metal end of the pistol. And I remember David shouting at him. I remember just getting hit over and over again. And I tried to fight, but he was just too big for me. And after that, I just hear my son screaming. And that's when it stopped, and he ran off.
So your son screamed at his dad,
Yeah,
and then it stopped, and Pedro ran off.
yeah.
Did you see him again that day?
No,
All right. All right, so he runs off. What do you do at that point?
me and David attempted to take the kids and go to a hotel in case he decided to come back again. As we left, I had forgot my phone, so I turned back around. I was still right around the corner, but there were already police cars that were on the way. So apparently somebody must have called the police.
Okay. So the police arrived, and I guess you had to speak with them, and they were there to see you, right? Because somebody had called the police because of what happened to you.
Correct.
All right. Once you're done with the police, however long that took a few hours, I would imagine, right?
It did.
Okay. Once you're done with the police, did you reach out to any other members of your family to let them know what was going on?
No, I just stayed there with David.
Okay. I mean, at some point, did you reach out to your sister, for example?
Yeah, later that night.
All right. Did you send her pictures?
Yeah, after we took them, because I guess I must have been in so much shock that I didn't realize I was covered in blood. I didn't realize they were there.
And just to be clear, showing you Defense Exhibit C and B. Are these the pictures you sent to your sister?
I sent a few more. I had more than one gash on my head.
So you sent her a bunch of pictures, but these are two of the pictures that you sent to your
Yes.
At some point, does your sister come to you? Do you get together with her?
Yeah, Crystal came the next day after I had woke up.
After you woke up?
Yeah, I passed out.
Okay. Tell me about that. When was it that you passed out? Around what time? And for how long?
Well, I stayed up roughly till, I'm gonna say, about 5, maybe 6 in the morning, give or take. And David stayed with me because he was worried that if I fell asleep prior to that, sooner, that I could have a concussion. So I stayed up as long as I could, and then I passed out.
Do you know around how long you were out for?
I woke up maybe around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, but I only woke up because my son was screaming. He thought I was dead.
Okay. So you wake up, and then what? Do you get together with Crystal at that point?
From there, Crystal comes to the house, and when she sees when she sees my head, she begins to basically go get frantic. She wanted me to go to the hospital, and at first I was rebuttaling it, that I'll be fine. But from what she says, it looked pretty bad, that she could see my skull on multiple spots.
All right, so did you go to the hospital at that point?
I went.
All right, so, and Crystal, she stayed with your kids so that you can do that, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, so you go to the hospital. After you're done with the hospital, at some point, do you have contact with Pedro again?
Yeah. Yes.
When is this initial contact? Is it like, what, 2 days or a day and a half after after he pistol whipped you, or more than
Like
that?
physical, like in person, this was about, I'm gonna say, the next day, and that was to try to get the dogs back.
Okay. What, if anything, did Pedro tell you when you saw him?
The first time,
Hold on, overruled, you can answer.
the first time he wasn't giving them up, so I didn't.
Well, I don't want to talk about the dogs. I'm specifically,
Okay.
what, if anything, is he telling you in reference to what he just did to you a couple of days before?
So 2 days later, he wanted to talk to me. He was telling me in the messages and stuff how much he loved me and how sorry he was, that he just wanted to come home to be with me because he missed me and he seen me there with some random guy, but that he loved me and he was sorry.
So, first off, why did you agree to be in the same place with the person who had just done that to you?
He was already sober. Like, I wasn't scared of him when he was sober. It was when he was a monster on drugs that I was scared. When he was on drugs, he was a monster.
When he pistol whipped you, as far as you know, was he on drugs?
Yeah.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, he was.
When you spoke to him after that, a couple days after that, and you said that he apologized to you, he did, as far as you know, he was not on drugs, is that correct?
At that point in time, no, because his parents didn't allow that in their house. So when he would go over there, basically, he was clean.
And can you tell us or explain to us why you wouldn't have just called the police as soon as he did that to you?
I couldn't. That's one, he would have gotten deported. Two, he wasn't allowed to be with the kids at all by himself, or when his mom wasn't around. I would have gotten the kids taken away. And that's the father of my kids. It's not like I didn't love him. I did.
I understand. All right, so he says he's sorry. Did you accept and believe his apology?
I did.
And were you guys okay at that point?
At that point, I took him back home with me.
Okay. Now, when you say you took him back home, what does that mean? Does that mean
I let him
we're
come
a
back.
family again, or does that mean something else?
No,
What does it mean?
that just means that I forgave him.
So you took him back home, and did he stay with you that night?
That night, I picked the kids up from Crystal's house again, and he stayed at the house and he slept with Pedro, or Pedro Jr.
Did Pedro and your daughter, did they have a room together?
Yeah,
Okay. What do they have? Do they have bunk beds?
yeah,
So he stayed in the room with the bunk beds?
yeah, and Mia slept with me.
Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing Pedro slept on the bottom bunk and Pedro Jr. slept on the top bunk.
Well, unless he got a top, but no, yeah.
But Pedro's a big guy, right? So he'd probably be better
Yeah,
off on the bottom bunk.
he's pretty big.
Okay, so that was that night. What about the next night? What if any interaction is going on with you and Pedro the following day?
The next day, I remember he took me out to eat with the kids. He took me to Dave and Buster's. He bought me a new ring, this really nice Indian face ring, because he knew I loved those gold Indian face rings. And we had a good time with each other.
All right. And that night, did he stay at your residence?
He did.
Okay. Did he sleep with you, or did he sleep in the bunk beds?
He slept with the kids, but I had sex with him, if that's what you're asking. He slept with me, but didn't sleep with me.
Okay. So you were intimate with him at some point, but he didn't sleep with you through the night. He
No.
stayed.
No.
All right. And during these 2 days, where you're spending these 2 days with him, as far as you know, was he using any drugs, getting intoxicated, anything like that?
No.
So I want to fast forward to June 24th. I want to start at the beginning. Was Pedro come to your house, or did he stay at your house from the night before?
And that day,
This is just so we're clear. This is the day leading up to the early morning hours where he died. Okay.
no, that day, I believe I picked him up from his mom's house because he was working with his semi over there. He had to wash his clothes and get all his stuff ready because the next day he was leaving.
Okay. So he was staying at his mom's house. The address that's on his license.
Correct.
You went to go pick him up over there, I guess, early in the day?
Around like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, around there.
All right. You pick him up and you go where?
I took him to my house.
To your house. Was there anybody else at your house at that time when you got there?
It's my mom.
Your mom?
Yes.
Your mom had come down from Texas, right?
Yes.
Why did your mom come down from Texas? You can answer.
She wanted one to get him arrested, which I would not allow. So, after the fact, we agreed to go back together
To Texas?
to Texas.
Okay. And the plan was for you to finally leave to Texas when?
He was supposed to leave Sunday.
When you say he was supposed to leave, are you talking about Pedro?
Pedro was supposed to leave on Sunday. So
Let me stop you, I'm sorry. You say he was supposed to leave. Are you saying that he was going to leave in his truck to go work?
yes,
So he's going to go on a road trip for work?
he leaves out of town, and I wouldn't see him for sometimes 2 months at a time. So he was getting ready to leave for work. He was an interstate truck driver. And I brought him over to, I'm sorry.
All right, so the plan was once he's gone on the road trip, that's when you're going to move and...
That's when we were gonna move. We were just waiting for him to leave so he wouldn't know.
Okay. All right, so you said that you picked him up at his mother's house, you brought him over, your mom was at your house, your kids were at your house, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does he leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna say around maybe anywhere from like 45 minutes, an hour later.
Okay, how is it that he leaves?
A white van came, and I know Kevin was in there with Kevin Bonilla,
Yeah.
and a couple of his friends were with them, and they came and they picked him up.
So Kevin Bonilla and a couple of Pedro's friends drove over there, and he left with them in their white van, is what you're saying?
Yes, before he left, he told me later to pick him up.
Pedro told you to pick him up?
Yeah, because he didn't have his car. I know a tree fell on his car at the base that he works at in Orlando. So he currently didn't have his own car.
Did Pedro have a phone at that point?
No, he didn't.
Okay. So he told you to pick him up. Did he tell you when to pick him up?
He just told me later. So for me, I knew later usually would have been if he were to have called me from anybody else's phone, it probably would have been about 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm not picking him up at 3 or 4 in the morning. So I went like around maybe 10 or 11 o'clock.
Okay, so you went to pick him up, and you brought him back?
Yeah.
While you were driving back home after picking him up at Kevin's house,
Well, he did have a phone though, but he disconnected it. I just wanted to, so that way,
Pedro disconnected his phone?
He disconnected the phone and he ordered another one, and it hadn't came yet because he threw the phone in the yard, somebody's yard, the night of the bludgeoning. So
after he pistol whipped you, he tossed his phone?
So if the police wouldn't they wouldn't trace it.
Okay. So you pick him up, you're on your way back home, it's around, 10 o'clock at night, more or less?
More or less.
All right. On the car ride back, what, if anything, is going on?
Initially, we were supposed to take him back to his mom's house. But once we get to the store, he asked me to take him to get some beer. So I took him. Once he got it, I realized that the keys, we didn't have them. So
Keys to what?
the keys to his mom's house.
Okay, so Pedro left the keys to his mom's house in your house?
Yeah, it was right next to the front door on top of a china cabinet.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you went to pick him up at Kevin's house, your plan was to take Pedro to his mother's house?
Yes.
Your plan wasn't to bring him back initially?
No, not initially, no.
All right. But at some point, you realize you don't have his keys and he needs his keys, right?
Correct.
Were his parents out of town or something?
His dad was the only one that lived there. His mom left his dad for a period of time.
Okay. Okay. All right, so you went back to your house so that he can get his keys, right?
Yes.
And what happens?
When I told him basically that that the keys are at the house, he said, well, just go back anyways. He wanted to see the kids, tell them goodbye because he had to leave in the morning. So I took him and he got out. And he began to talk to my mom once we got there. And I don't know how or where the conversation just went from, it took a whole 180 turn. And I just remember by the time I got my stuff out of the car, the kids' bags and stuff from earlier, I just hear him going off with my mom saying how I was a whore and how he knows that I was fucking this boy, this other guy.
Okay. At some point, does he leave?
After he choked me the first time, yeah.
Okay, what happened with that? How did that come about, him choking?
I kept denying it, so he began to get angry. And from there, the first time he grabbed me by my throat, and my mom threatened to call the police. So he let go, and then he ran to the back of the alley, where the alley was.
So he ran away after choking you and after your mom told him that she was going to call the police, right?
Correct.
Before my next question, Judge, I would ask that what's marked as Defense Exhibit A4 for identification be admitted as a self-authenticated order that we've discussed before.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to jury instruction.
All right, it'll be admitted. Go ahead.
Defense A4 marked for ID now becomes defense number F.
F, right?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge. Letter F.
So Daisy, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit F. This is an order that addresses Pedro's parental rights. I want to direct you to, one moment. I want to direct you to the second page where it says, visitation for Pedro Jimenez with the child, Pedro Jimenez and Mia Jimenez, shall be as follows. The mother may supervise FaceTime calls at her discretion. The father shall have supervised visits at a minimum.
Objection, speaks for itself.
Hold on. Is there a question?
Yes, if I can finish.
Go ahead.
Father shall have supervised visits at a minimum of 1 time per month, supervised by the paternal grandmother. Who is the paternal grandmother?
Pedro's mom.
Pedro's mom. So Pedro was allowed to have 1 visit per month.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
Pedro was allowed to have 1 visit per month with his children, as long as it was supervised by Pedro's mother, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2022, where did Pedro's mother live?
She moved to Georgia. She separated with her husband because he was abusive.
Would she frequently come back to Florida from Georgia, as far as you know?
No.
All right. So, Pedro chokes you. Your mother tells him, I'm going to call the police. He leaves. Does he come back at some point?
He kept coming back, talking, I guess, to my mother. He was hysterical. And then I would tell.
Did it appear to you, based on knowing him, that he was under the influence of anything?
Oh, he was. When I picked him up from Kevin's house, I walked in on him buying 6 bags of cocaine.
Okay. So he wasn't the sober person that you had dealt with a couple of days before, right?
No.
All right. So when he comes back after your mother initially threatened to call the police, what happens when he came back?
The first time he began he was hysterical, telling me how I betrayed him,
Objection to your side.
how he gave me everything. I threw 9 years down the drain, and he again tried to, as I denied it again. Clearly he had his facts in order, he knew, but I wasn't.
Hold on. Remember when you hear objection, or a pause?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so overruled, you can continue asking.
Yeah. Clearly he knew, but I just wasn't at that stage yet to admit, that I had moved on. So at that point, because I kept denying it, he got angry again, and
Objection.
I had pulled the gun out on him.
Hold on. You're going on a little too long. So
Okay.
So if the objection is sustained, we're going to have Mr. Tomas ask you another question.
So he's upset because he suspects that you're with another man or seeing another man, right?
Yes,
Okay. You said that he was very agitated?
yes.
Okay. So he kept pressing the issue, and then what, if anything, does he do at this moment?
At that point, he grabbed me again, and this time I had the gun in close range.
And what did you do?
I pointed it at him
And what did you say?
to leave.
Did he?
He ran.
He ran away?
He ran away.
At some point after that, does he come back?
Yes,
All right. What happens when he comes back? This third time now he's coming back, right? All right. What happens this third time that he comes back?
it's the same thing.
What
Basically,
happened?
the same thing, just hysterical, crying, basically saying I ruined their entire family, whatnot.
Let's all try to speak up. So there's an objection. It's a little rude if you can answer.
Sorry. And then as he began to draw closer, at this point, I'm already scared. I can see that he's using, I can see that he's been using all day. From what happened a couple days before, my head is still healing. I'm beginning to be scared now.
Sustained narrative. Mr. Tomas is going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you're still recovering from your wounds, right?
Yes.
How are your wounds feeling, and what state are they in at that point that it's been a few days?
I mean, they're dry, but they're very open still.
Do they still hurt?
Yes.
All right, so you're feeling that, right? He's already left a couple of times, and now he's coming back. Is his demeanor escalating?
It is.
Okay, so now this time, again, when he's come back, what happens?
The last time,
Well, I want to go in order. So this is the third time. I'm not. How many times did
I
you
went
leave
to
and come
go,
back?
well, I went to go look for my purse.
Why'd you go look for your purse?
He took it out of the car with my phone and everything inside of it. But he kept going to the alley. So, and he didn't have it with him when he came back the second time. So I assumed he has it hidden somewhere, maybe right there by the end of the alley.
All right. So at what point is it that you realize or notice that your purse is missing?
At this point now, this is like maybe 11, this is 12, around 12. This is right before my mom had left.
All right. Was there anything in your purse that you needed?
Well, my phone, my credit cards. I know I had the keys still on me. And aside from that, no, just the phone, the credit cards, and I had some jewelry in there, so,
Okay. So you've got your keys on your person, right?
yeah,
But your purse contained your credit cards and, importantly, your cell phone.
yes,
And your purse was missing.
yes.
All right, so I think you said you went to the alley to look for it?
I went to the alley. I had already not seen him come back for roughly, I'm gonna say, about 20 minutes, so I assume maybe he left.
Okay.
So I put the gun on top of the china cabinet, and I walked to the alley to look around the palm trees, see if it was probably there. And as soon as I got around the area, he ran up from behind one of the bushes and grabbed me by my throat and threw me on the floor.
Okay, and when he threw you on the floor, what did you do?
He could see my mom, like, just screaming, saying the same thing again, that that's it, I'm gonna call the police. And he just took off again.
Took off again. All right, so this happened, takes off again, your mom is still there. Does he come back again while your mom is still there?
No, that's the last time.
Okay, so when he comes back later, your mom's already gone, right?
At that point, she left because I wouldn't let her call the police. So she just said she was tired of it. So she left. She
Okay.
called my sister to pick her up.
All right, so she got picked up and she left around, as best you can recall, around what time was it that your mom left?
I'm gonna say about, it could be possible from anywhere around 1:30, maybe 2.
In the morning?
Yeah,
Okay, so your mom leaves, so you're left there and your kids are there too, correct?
yes. I had them inside of my room. They were locked in.
Okay. Were they, I mean, this is already late. Are they sleeping as far as you know?
Yeah, the babies are asleep.
Okay. All right, so tell me about when you, actually before I get to that point, do you recall a video that we saw a couple of days ago where Pedro is running across the screen and then you come out and you open the car door and then you yell at him?
Yes.
What was happening in that video?
That was after the first time when he grabbed me by my throat. And no, the second time when he grabbed me by my throat and I pulled the gun out on him. That's why he ran.
Okay. And do you remember, because in the video we can hear you yelling, but it's hard to make out what you're saying. Do you recall what you were saying in that instance?
I was yelling at him to leave, to stop coming back.
Okay. All right, so I want to get to the point where he comes back the final time. Tell me about that. How did that happen?
He had already not came back for a little, for a little while. I went outside to smoke a cigarette on the back porch, and I had the gun with me. And he came again, and he began telling me again how I was sleeping with this other guy. That the guy was a friend, was his friend's boyfriend. And I just got tired of lying to him. So I told him.
You told him you were sleeping with somebody else?
I did.
Okay. What happened when you did that?
I told him I was sorry. And he charged at me. He called me a fucking whore. He said that he gave me everything. I gave you
Hold on,
everything.
stop. We need to keep our voices up when we object. So there's an objection. Overruled, you can continue answering.
He said, "You fucking bitch, I gave you everything. I gave you fucking everything." And then from there, he charged at me. He grabbed me by my hair. He threw me to the floor.
Now, when he threw you to the floor and grabbed you by your hair, did you still had those wounds, right?
Yeah, I could already feel right then and there that they ripped open.
Okay. He
So-
threw you to the floor.
He threw me to the floor.
After he throws you to the floor, what do you do?
I grabbed the gun from the slab.
Okay, and what did you do once you got the gun?
I pointed at him and I told him, leave already.
Did he?
No, he told me that he didn't give a
Hold
fuck.
on.
They're objecting to
Did you
hearsay.
hear when someone says, here's the
I didn't
objection?
do.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it's all right. There's an objection. Overruled, you can continue answering.
He told me that he was gonna lock me out of the house and that I was gonna sleep outside. When I began to walk towards him and I said, "No, you're not. You're gonna leave." He said, "I don't give a fuck, bitch. I'm ready to die. You could kill me." And he began to run towards the house.
And what did you do when you see him running towards the house to lock you out?
I took the shot.
Were you aiming to hit him?
I initially aimed towards the floor as I lifted up the gun. I didn't expect for it to hit him. I just thought the sound was gonna scare him off this time for good.
So immediately before you pulled the trigger, he was going towards your door and he was going to barricading himself inside the home, as far as you know, right?
He was.
All right. As soon as you fired that shot, did he abandon that intention and run off in a different direction?
He changed course, yes.
Okay, and he took off, right?
He began to run in a different direction, yes.
As he was running away after you fired the shot, did he appear injured? Did he appear like he was shot or hurt? Or?
No, not at all. I didn't. That's why I didn't think he was hit at all.
Okay. I mean, did he say anything after you shot, like, ow, or you shot me, or anything like that?
I heard like, it was very faintly, but it was like, ah. So as a couple seconds began to pass by, now I'm a little scared. Did he get hit? I don't know. That's where I began to walk towards the front of the house.
Okay, what did you do with the gun at that point?
I still had it in my hand.
Okay, at some point, did you put it somewhere?
After I circled around the house entirely, I threw it inside of the tree right in front of my door.
Right in front of your front door?
Yes,
Okay. So you hid it somewhere where you would have access to it?
yes.
Okay. All right, at some point, do you find Pedro?
At some point I did after I heard the wailing, yes.
Okay, so he was wailing, and that's how you were able to locate where he was? Is that
That's,
right?
yes.
All right, so you go to him, and what do you see and what do you do?
I see him laying there as I get out of the car and I run up to him and I begin to ask him, where is it at? I begin to ask him, where is it at? He couldn't tell me. He was disoriented. From there, I start to look for where it is that he was hit. I start to look for the phone.
When you say the phone, your phone?
Yes,
Because at this point, you still don't have your phone.
yes.
All right. So before we get back to Pedro, at some point, did you find your phone?
I found the phone. It was roughly about 2 feet away from his body.
It was laying next to his body?
It was laying next to his body, like maybe he had it in his hand or he was trying to use it, but
Okay.
he collapsed.
And did you call anybody when you found the phone?
I called 911.
All right. At some point, did you try to render aid to him in some way?
At that point, I was just on autopilot. I began stripping his shirt off, ripping it off, lifting up his leg, tying a tourniquet around his leg, and then I even tried as much as to lift him up, but one of his legs, he couldn't stand on it at all. He couldn't move.
Was that the leg that was shot, or was it the other leg?
It was the other leg,
It was the other leg.
yes.
So he's got a bullet hole in one leg, but the other leg, that's the one that he couldn't move.
Yes.
Did
he
you
couldn't-
know why he couldn't move it?
No, and when I would ask him what happened as far as to the leg, he couldn't tell me. He couldn't, nothing at all.
Okay. All right, so we saw the footage earlier in the trial when the police get there and what happened after that. Now, we know that you didn't tell them, you weren't completely candid with them at first, with the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us why you didn't just tell them everything from the get-go and why it took a little while before you could get to that?
They would have taken my kids.
Why do you say they would have taken your kids?
He wasn't supposed to be around. He wasn't supposed to be around the house at all. His mom was supposed to supervise them. He wasn't allowed to be there at all.
So you were afraid that because you were, if I'm correct, you're saying that you were concerned that because you were giving Pedro more visits than he was entitled to under that order, that they might penalize you. They might penalize you and possibly take away your kids, and that was a concern for you, correct?
Yes.
All right. At some point, you were handcuffed while you were still at your house or in the area of your house, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened? When did that happen, or how did that happen?
Well, I kept asking the officers the entire night.
Overruled, you can answer.
I was asking the officers the entire night whether they had resuscitated him or not. So I was pretty hysterical because they wouldn't tell me. They said I had to wait for the investigator to arrive for me to know anything as far as what's going on with him. In the process, I was calling hospitals to see where he was at, admitted. Finally, the investigator arrived, and as I walked up to him, I asked
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
if he was still alive, and immediately he told me no. I threw myself to the floor. I started to scream. I started crying. And
Well, and okay, so that's when you get confirmation that Pedro's dead.
yes,
All right, you said you threw yourself to the floor, you were emotional.
yeah.
What happens after that?
Pedro opens the door. I guess he woke up.
Pedro Jr.
Yeah, he opened the door. He was locked in the room, so he must have came out. He knew how to pick the lock. It's funny. But he came out the room and he opened the door, and the detective pushed him back in, and he arrested me. And he told him, "Don't come back outside."
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Okay. If you recall, how long, all right, so you're in handcuffs at that point. Where did they put you? Did they put you in the back of a car? Did they put you somewhere else?
They put me in a squad. They removed my jewelry and stuff off of me, and then they put me in one of the patrol cars for Homestead Police Department.
Okay, in the back seat?
Yes,
And they closed the door so that you couldn't open the door, right?
yeah, and they left me in there for roughly about, I'm gonna say 2 hours.
Okay. Was the car on? Was the air on?
They had the windows down, but they wouldn't let me use the restroom or anything like that.
Okay. At some point, you were transported to the police headquarters, right?
Yes,
Were you transported in a separate car, or were you transported in the same car that you sat in for 2 hours while handcuffed?
no, they moved me to a Metro squad unit.
All right, so you're told that Pedro's dead, you're put in handcuffs, and you sit in the back of a police car for about 2 hours, correct?
Correct.
Then after that, you're taken out of that car, you're put in a different car, and then you're transported to headquarters in that different car, correct?
Objection, leading.
Yes,
Overruled. You can answer.
yes.
That's correct? Okay. So you get to the station, and we saw the video. You gave a statement at some point. Prior to you giving the statement, at some point you were taken to the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were fingerprinted, correct?
Yes.
And you had an interaction with a couple of female detectives, is that correct?
During the fingerprinting, yes, that she brought an additional a domestic violence detective with her for that one,
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Melanie Janoris.
Okay. So Melanie Janoris is one of the homicide detectives that was investigating you, correct?
Correct.
And she's one of the people that you were primarily dealing with during this time, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in the video that we saw of your interrogation, there were 2 detectives in that room, right?
Yes.
Melanie Janoris was one.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
And do you know who the other person in that room was?
Jason Cruz.
Detective Cruz.
Correct.
But prior to that, you came in contact with, you said, a female domestic violence detective?
Yes.
Other than that detective being present when you were being fingerprinted, other than that, was she ever present at any other point, as far as you know?
No, she basically only walked with us first to the bathroom, and then she walked with Melanie to just have me fingerprinted, but she wasn't there as far as for the interview or for the actual fingerprint, for the processes of anything.
And did that domestic violence detective have any interactions with you?
She did.
Okay, tell me about that interaction.
She told me that
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Can you please sit down?
Judge, I'm trying to hear it.
she
Can
told
you keep
me,
your voice up, please?
yeah,
Can you sit
she
down now? The witness will keep her voice up.
she told me that she just wanted to help me, that unless I spoke to them and I told them what happened, then they couldn't know anything, that they wouldn't know anything, and that basically now I'm going to end up spending the rest of my life in jail because I won't let them know what happened, that my kids could possibly get taken away.
Objection, hearsay, narrative.
All right. I'm going to give a limiting instruction. The objection is going to be overruled to the extent that Ms. Link is testifying about any limitation on her liberty, such as spending the rest of her life in jail. You will look at that from the point of view of her testifying, but you will not consider that as it will not affect her verdict, because we discussed that in jury selection. Okay? You can continue answering.
Okay. And that basically, unless I spoke to them and I let them know what really happened, then, you know, that was basically what was going to be the outcome. That it wasn't my fault that things like this happen. You know, people get tired.
Objection, hearsay, narrative.
Overruled.
I then began to tell her that it's not what it seems at all, that that's not what it is. And that I'll talk to you, I'll tell you what really happened. So I did.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
She then told me that
Objection, hearsay, narrative. No pending question.
What was the question?
She wasn't finished, so I
Oh,
just said, go
wasn't
ahead.
finished.
Proceed.
It's the same, he's gonna ask another question.
Okay. So after you had this interaction with that domestic violence detective, you proceeded to give the statement which we saw the video of a couple days ago, correct?
yes,
But that detective, that domestic violence detective, you didn't see her again, right?
after that, no, I never seen her again.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Link. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Let's see if there's any cross-examination.
There is, but can we go subject first?
Sequence, considering that we may go into lunch, this thing may not finish until afternoon. So let's just take a lunch break now. It's 11:40 now, so let's plan to be back at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, that's an hour and 20 minutes for lunch. Lisette and Umberto,
Just step out.
please step down. All right, please remember my instructions. You're not doing research about this case, we'll talk to more about this case. If you see any of the witnesses, you've met a whole bunch of people, please ignore them, please ignore Ms. Link, please ignore the lawyers. self-governed, walk out with your notepads. Lisette is going to collect them from you out there. And then between Lisette and Humberto, they'll tell you where to use them. It's probably going to be on the 3rd floor if that's where he's instructed you to meet in the class. Thank you.
Denied it. Ms. Link, on her direct examination, testified about how an officer said, you are going to spend the rest of your life unless you tell us the truth. This jail call goes directly to that, what she would have done. It talks directly about the time that she is facing. I understand plea negotiations may or may not be involved. We can limit that as much as we can. She says, in that phone call, she says the prosecutor originally offered 15 and then came back and changed his mind and said 25. I'm more than happy to mute it. But what she says is 25, 25, what the fuck, 25. If I would have known that, I would have chopped that motherfucker up and scattered his body all over Florida. It goes directly to her state of mind at the time that she's making this call. I understand that this happened 3 years, this phone call happened 3 years after the fact. However, all jail calls happen after the arrest. This also contradicts exactly what she's saying. Now, again, with the court's even limiting instruction, we are now putting the jury in the position that they are considering that this woman is facing life in prison, which I think that they were thinking about regardless of, because this is a homicide case and I think we all realize that. So I think that this goes directly to that and she should be questioned on that.
All right, defense, what's your position?
This has been litigated ad nauseum, we made your ruling, nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed except she's talking about how now she's facing life on her direct examination.
What's a logical argument that could be made about that jail call with plea negotiations? What's the logical?
Judge, I'm willing to.
In the middle of plea negotiations, what's a logical argument that could be made if I let this come in front of the jury?
Judge, again,
Besides it's in the middle of the breakdown of plea negotiations, what she's offered, what she's willing to take, what the state offered, what's another logical explanation?
So if I may, I am more than willing to limit the part where it says the prosecutor offered me this. She just testified on direct examination.
Answer my question.
I am trying to, Judge. If I keep getting interrupted, I can't answer your question.
Why don't you start with answering
I am attempting to.
I'm giving you access to the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. The question is to the jury, not what that she is facing. That is not to be considered. Again, I will more than happily limit the plea negotiations, but it goes, again, to her state of mind, what she was thinking. She just said, somebody told me I was facing life. Now we have 3 years after the fact, a conversation where she discusses what she's facing again, and the conversations therein. It's not for the jury to decide whether or not she's sentenced to whatever it is, but the logic there is it goes directly to her state of mind at the time, now, as well as we've been stating numerous times, it goes to the depraved mind element of this crime. I do not see how the court could limit the state in not eliciting testimony when she's directly talking about what she would have done if she would have known what time she was facing. Now she says, on direct, I knew what time I was facing. We actually have her saying something opposite. It goes directly to impeachment, it goes directly to her state of mind, and it goes directly to element 3.
The breakdown of plea negotiations, where she's testified, and you have the post-Miranda statement of this being an accidental shooting, meaning she didn't mean for it, she was trying to scare him, something along those lines. And she's saying, had I known, I would have done what I I can't quote it verbatim, goes to what she believes her actions are worth by way of years, meaning a plea.
And she just,
Don't interrupt me. It's in the middle of a plea negotiation, when plea negotiations have broken down. That's a logical argument to the jury if I let it in.
then let the,
This is what she believes the plea may have been.
then let the
worth.
defense make that
Meaning if
argument.
it's an accident and I'm offering them 10 years, I can't believe they want something higher than that. That's a logical argument, not of depraved mind, depraved heart, evil intent. Plus, the court's already ruled it's more prejudicial than probative. Anything else you want to say?
That's not what the jail call says.
Anything else you want to put on the record?
I'm trying to. That's not what the jail call says. She just said that her state of mind at the time was, I am now facing life. I'm going to go away for life unless I speak to these officers. That jail call says something directly different, and the court keeps quoting this without ever hurting it. I think it's imperative the court actually hears the portion, because again, it's for impeachment purposes, because now she's saying, well, I'm not actually facing life, and if I had known any of this, I would have done so much worse. That's why we're trying to introduce this, because it's so important for the jury to actually understand Ms. Link's state of mind. It's not about plea negotiations. And again, I'm willing to limit the portion of time where they talk about what I came back with.
Your request is denied. What's the next item we want to go over regarding impeachment?
Well,
Look, listen, I can see the arms.
No,
going
I'm
up. Hold on,
motioning
hold on.
to-
I can see the rolling of the eyes. I'm trying to ignore it, but at some point, we're all officers of the court, and I would ask that you all be professional.
I would ask the same of this court, because this court yesterday was screaming at me when I was,
Why
because
was
I
that
was,
said?
because I was trying to bring to the court's attention witnesses coordinating their testimony. I understand that there is a jury here, Your Honor, and that we are trying.
Where did that leave me after an hour and a half of questioning, and I took your word for it, that at the end of the inquiry, it would be revealed that the witnesses were coordinating their testimony.
And it was. The court ignored that.
Hold on. After we questioned two witnesses and you showed me Facebook posts, the conclusion of the hearing
And we
was,
had
hold on, the conclusion of the hearing was evidence before this court that those witnesses were coordinating their testimony.
And we had Ms. Perez testify.
And it was a violation of the rules of sequestration. Was that the conclusion of the hour and a half break we took while this jury was patiently waiting for us
Absolutely
there?
it was. Ms. Perez came in and said she was handed her deposition transcript, which was just used to impeach her. It's improper for a witness in the middle of their testimony to go through and remember things that they were just impeached on. Absolutely it was. Absolutely it was. And yes, I want to respect the jury's time. Absolutely. However, it is unbelievable that the court would not want to get to the bottom of witness coordination and witness manipulation in the middle of a trial. We yes, absolutely should respect this jury's time. But if witnesses are changing their testimony, coordinating their testimony, watching YouTube live feeds of this trial, it is important to get to the bottom of that. It is imperative that we get to the bottom
Thank
of
you.
it.
We're going to move on. I think the record and the findings speak for itself after that hour and a half break. What's the next request for impeachment?
We have, so I don't know if you want to handle the car incident now or if you want to handle the text messages, but there's a number of different text messages that I think that are admissible as impeachment.
Let's go to the car incident.
Sure. So Ms. Link testified that the reason that Pedro had to get a rental car was because he got into an accident or something in Orlando. That's actually not true. The reason that they had to get a rental car was Ms. Link destroying the vehicle on the same day that she got pistol whipped is what she claims.
How is that going to come in? What's the evidence of that?
Her
The testimony was his car was damaged at the Orlando location of where he parks it for work.
Right, and it actually happened on the same day, and her own statement says the same thing. Detective Janoris walks in and says, I have a question, what happened on Monday? We know that this homicide happened on Friday. Miss Link goes, what do you mean, when you pistol whipped me? And she goes, no, with the truck. And Miss Link goes, I did that right afterwards. Which,
I think you're talking now about when she hits the car with the gun in Miami.
yes,
Right.
which is different than what she testified to on the
So
stand.
what you're saying is his car was really in Miami and not in Orlando?
Yes. And I have text messages showing that Mr. Jimenez was actually coming, Instagram DMs showing Mr. Jimenez was actually coming down to Miami, Florida, to send this link to rehab.
Let me see the text messages regarding the damage of the car in Miami and not Orlando.
Well, Judge, we heard testimony during the Stand Your Ground that Joel Perez testified about
Let me know how you're going to impeach her with what you're saying. What's her line on the witness?
that. I'm going to unmute the portion that was muted about that, of her statement.
Go ahead. I'm not following you, but I'll let you show me what it is you're
No,
referring
we
to.
muted a portion of the statement because the court said there is not a link to this homicide case from 5 days prior to Ms. Link's actions where she was damaging Mr. Jimenez's truck. We had that, the court limited me there. We in turn muted the portion of the defendant's statement where when Detective Janoris comes in and says, I have a question about Monday being the same incident day, Ms. Link admits that she destroyed his truck at that point in time.
Okay, let me hear it.
Jared, can you-
So how is that the way you remember the sequence of events?
I'm not sure if we're talking about her testimony or if we're talking about her statement to the
What they
police.
want to say is, she was lying about the car, his car being damaged in Orlando. He didn't have a car. What they're saying is, she damaged the car.
She's talking about a different vehicle. She was talking on stand about a car. What they're talking about is his rig, his semi. Two different cars, so I don't see how that opens the door to anything.
She also says she took a number of different actions that day, including trying to go to a hotel room, going back to her house, and a number of different things there as well, which we know is not true. She actually, according to the statement, from what I can gather at least, immediately got up, walked over to his car, and started attacking it.
Let me hear it to see if it's a car or his big rig that he.
It says truck. It says truck.
Your Honor, believe that.
And Judge, she didn't talk about the truck on her during her testimony because she's not supposed to, and we were specifically not covering that topic.
So what
So
you're saying
for
is-
the state to say, oh, she didn't mention it during testimony is disingenuous. We all know.
It's not disingenuous.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. They're saying there's two cars. He drives the work truck, which is what she's accused of damaging with his gun, but there's also this car that he parks in Orlando. Are there two cars?
I
Are there
can't.
two vehicles?
I can't speak to that, but what I can say is Ms. Link said, these are the actions that I took. There is one very large action that she is not talking about also, which on the day in question, if she was so bloodied, so bruised, so
Let's
damaged.
stay focused.
Judge, I am trying to.
Can we just talk about the damaging to this vehicle,
I-
whether it's the big rig or the car?
Judge, I'm trying to.
What's the point you're trying to make right now?
I am trying to say, she said, I took all these actions and I fell asleep for hours. I think in opening statement, Mr. Tomas said that she lost consciousness. She said that she went to a motel. She did all of these things. She did all of these steps. However, what's important here is she was not that injured. She was not so injured that she could not get up, go over to his car, his truck, which is what she says. She says his truck, and damage it to the point of, and we have this in her cell phone, her records, making a claim through Progressive as well.
For which car?
I don't have those records, Judge. I did not subpoena Progressive.
The problem I'm having here is Mr. Tomas is saying her testimony was about a car in Orlando, not the truck, not the big rig truck. How do I let you impeach her? When we've already agreed that I've already ruled a portion of her damaging the vehicle in Miami is an uncharged crime. They didn't talk about it.
How can you not let it in? When she's saying, I was so bloodied, I was so bruised, I took all these steps, even if we take the defendant at her word that this was a car in Orlando, and car and truck are interchangeable. I drive a truck, I call it my car all the time. When she's doing all these steps, I was so bloodied, I was so bruised, I was so injured. She said her head was her skull was out of her head at some point, but we're not going to let in what she's actually doing on that day, which is
You're
destroying.
asking for two different things.
I'm not. They go hand in hand.
Right. He has a good faith basis to believe there's two vehicles she's referring to. Do you have a good faith basis to believe it's not two vehicles?
Yes.
Right. That request is denied. What's the next request?
Would you like to force the plate still, or?
At this point, unless it says car or rando, I guess you can go ahead and play it.
May I approach and get the one would you like to approach to, just as a secret? Sure. So that was the instance regarding the truck, that it was the same day as the actual shooting, or I'm sorry, as the actual pistol whipping.
And,
What's the word that's used? We're not doing 1, 2, 3 votes.
no,
Ms. Judge,
I'm gonna
I'm
continue
sorry.
the argument, Judge. What was the first question, Judge?
What word did she use or what word did the detective use?
I can play it again, Judge, because I didn't hear it.
Okay, what did I tell you that you're lying right now?
Oh. Okay.
What happened? You gonna tell me what happened? Yeah. Yes, busted my head over. So this was the same day of the pistol whipping? It was right after.
Okay, Judge, so this is exactly what she says. She says, detective says, what happened? Are you gonna tell me what happened? Defendant says, what do you mean? When he got home in the truck, yeah, I busted his window. Was this the same day of the pistol whipping? Yes, right after. Judge,
She uses the word truck.
she does, Judge, and here's what the state is arguing. Your Honor, not only is this impeachment by contradiction, Judge, this is also inextricably intertwined. If Your Honor, and I have case law to support it, when an event is discussed, it is so inextricably intertwined because she gave on a scenario of exactly what happened that day after she got pistol whipped. The kids went out screaming, they tried to get a hotel, she tried to hide. This incident that she says it right here, right after I got pistol whipped, I busted his windows of his truck. That incident is so inextricably intertwined that the state should be and is entitled to allow the jury to hear exactly what happened and the sequence of events, because she got up on the stand and said exactly what happened after she got pistol whipped. So she opened the door, and this evidence right here is so inextricably intertwined that the jury should have a full picture as to what she did right after she got pistol whipped, because she said she went to a hotel, she said she tried to go to the hospital, but she so happened to forget to say that she busted the windows open with the car. We have evidence clearly that says, puts it in perspective for the court, and because it is so inextricably intertwined, the court should allow the state to present it.
Do you have a good faith basis as you stand in front of me that it's the same car?
Judge, I have the most good faith basis that this is the same car.
Is it this big rig truck?
No, Judge, I have the utmost good faith basis that this is the same exact car we're talking about.
Is it an uncharged crime? Either criminal mischief or some sort of burglary to your car?
Judge, is it an uncharged crime? I wouldn't disagree with the court because that wouldn't be honest with me. Is it an uncharged crime that she committed criminal mischief on a truck? Absolutely. But that has nothing to do with the fact that this jury is entitled to hear the exact story of how it was presented, not what the defendant wants the jury to hear. We are entitled as the state to present evidence that we have in a good faith basis based on inextricably intertwined argument to present to this jury that this defendant went ahead and took a hammer to this man's truck right after she said she was beaten to a pulp and she was almost unconscious. How is that fair if the court doesn't allow this in for the jury to believe that and not hear all the entire evidence as it was presented? We're allowed to rebut that on multiple bases as we presented the arguments to you. But the most is inextricably intertwined at this point.
Mr. Tomas, You had stood up, do you have a response?
The court made a pretrial ruling. I opened the door to nothing. They are asking you to reconsider a ruling you've already made. They've done this repeatedly, over and over and over. I'm sick of it, you're sick of it, it's unprofessional, it needs to stop. Court makes a ruling, you accept it, you move on. You win your trial, good for you. You lose, too bad. That's the way this works. You should deny their motion. Thank you.
Anything else you want to put on the record?
Judge, yes. Additionally, when the defendant testifies, they're considered a witness to the case, and the jury is to determine their credibility, and this also goes to the credibility of that.
The door was not open. That request is denied. What's the next request?
Judge, I think at this point, we should just,
Hold on. We can't do this where I have 3 lawyers arguing and talking to me.
Judge, I'm not arguing on the prosecutor on this case. I'm saying that we are.
So are you taking over from Ms. De Leon right now?
Yes, and I'm saying that we are moving.
So why don't we just switch places? What's the other request?
No, we're not making any other requests, we're done.
So no more requests for text messages to be coming in?
No.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. We'll break for lunch as well. We'll come back right before 1. The jury's coming back right before 1. Thank you all. I'm ready to go.
Mr. Young, on the AC, there's a Matt Collier.
Yes.
It's a
All jurors are accounted and present for, lawyers are present, as well as Ms. Link. You can have seats. Good afternoon. Okay, we last left off with Mr. Gomazzi's direct examination of Ms. Link. The state will now have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Hi, Ms. Link.
No.
How are you?
Okay.
I just want to get a couple things clear real quick. Pedro had committed acts of domestic violence against you in the past, right?
Yes.
And you him?
Yes.
Now, I know you said that you had to change the locks because of Pedro, right?
Yes.
He never had a key.
To the old one.
Right, but after all that went down, he never had a key.
No.
The night that he died, he didn't have a key either, right?
I don't know.
Did you ever give him a key?
Not to the house, no.
Okay, so he never had a key the night that he died.
Maybe his car keys or the house keys to the house in Florida City.
To your house, the keys that you changed, she never had a key to your house.
No.
And your mom testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said she actually saw him choke you?
Yes.
She actually saw him put his hands around your neck,
Yes.
and she didn't call the police.
No, that's why she kept getting tired.
You're gonna have to keep your voice up. I can barely hear. The answer was,
No, that's why she kept getting tired of it.
She saw you, her daughter, get choked, and she never called the police.
No.
Your children were home, right?
Yes.
Her grandchildren were home, right?
Yes.
She could have taken those children out of such a dangerous living condition, right?
Yes.
And she didn't, right?
Right.
She just left your house, right?
Yes.
Leaving you in a dangerous living condition at that point, right?
Yes.
Pedro was so dangerous that your mom actually flew to Texas to move you out of your home and get away from him, right?
Yes.
But she just left you there?
She got tired of the excuses.
She left her grandchildren around such a dangerous man?
Yes.
And you said that these 4 pieces of paper were what's stopping you from calling the police?
Yes.
And that's that's Defense Exhibit F, just for the record. You could have told the police he broke into your house, though, right?
I wouldn't let them deport me. He wasn't a bad guy.
He wasn't a bad guy.
No.
Okay. Now, you killed Pedro, right?
Yes.
And that was in 2022, right?
Yes.
And we're here 3 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Pedro was killed, he didn't have a knife, right?
No.
He didn't have a gun?
No.
You're the only one that was armed, right?
Yes.
You actually had the deadly force in your hands before you killed him, right?
Yes.
And he was never armed, right?
At that night, no.
He, according to you, was just going to lock you out of the house, right?
At that moment, that was what was going to happen, yes.
Okay. Because you didn't want to sleep outside, you shot him, right?
I don't want to keep getting hit.
But you told police you didn't want to sleep outside. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes.
And that was right after, according to you, you cheated on him. Or, I'm sorry, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes,
While you were armed, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
yes,
And this was a man that was so dangerous and so angry and so aggressive, you, armed with a firearm, admitted to this man that you cheated on him, right?
I thought maybe that if I finally told him, it would just get it over with.
Okay. After you,
Can you speak a little louder?
I'm sorry, I said I thought if I finally just told him that it would just get it over with and he would finally, we can move on.
okay. Now, you waited to call 911, right?
Yes,
You knew you shot him? Right.
not at first.
As you walked on camera that we saw in State 16, we heard you actually say, "You'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine," right?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Now, you hid the gun, right?
Yes,
You hid the casing, right?
no,
Knowing you shot him, you waited 1 minute, right? Before you called 911?
no,
Okay. You waited 10 minutes.
until I got the phone.
Okay. Let's wait a minute.
I'm sorry?
Waiting for 1 minute. You waited a minute to call 911, right?
I didn't wait.
There was a 10-minute delay, right?
I'm not sure exactly how long it was.
And we just waited a minute, and you waited 10 of those before 911 was called, right?
I don't know how long it was.
You lied to the 911 operator about who you were, though, right?
I did.
About how old Pedro was?
Yes,
You lied about who he was,
yes,
and you lied about what happened. Right?
I did.
You actually found him before you called 911, right?
I found him within that very minute of calling.
Okay. And you walked up to his body as he died, and you took his phone out of his pockets, right?
I took his phone out to put the tourniquet, yes.
Okay. And you took his wallet out of his pockets as well, right?
No,
Now, after taking his phone and his wallet out of his pockets, you walked back to that Chevy Trax, right? That rental car?
I never took his wallet out.
And you put the phone back in the Trax?
No,
You put the wallet back in the Trax, right?
I don't remember.
You turned the car off, right? After doing this?
I turned the car off after the police came.
And you pulled your phone out, right?
No, he had the phone. It was next to him on the floor.
And you turned your flashlight on over his body, right?
No,
And you turned that flashlight on even though that Chevy Trax would have lit up the area a whole lot better, didn't you?
I turned the light on after I was next to him, and that was so I could see where he was at.
And you did all this because you didn't want anyone to know who he was, right?
I expected for him to live, and he would have corroborated the story just for those kids.
But he can't because he's dead, right?
Yeah.
And you hid his phone, you hid his wallet, you turned off the car because you didn't want anybody to know who he was because it'd be easy to piece it back to you as the shooter, right?
I never hid it.
After all, even your sister told the police that if Pedro was dead, you were the one to kill him, right?
They never said that.
Now, after putting his phone and wallet back in the car he rented, that's when you called 911, right?
I put the stuff in the car looking for my phone. I had it already in my hand. I was looking for my phone so I could call 911. I went back to his body just to try to render him aid, and that's when I seen the phone, like a foot next to him.
And that's when you started helping him because you were afraid of being caught, right?
No, I started helping him because I didn't want him to die.
Okay. Now, when Officer Nicholson arrived on scene, you lied to him, right?
I did.
Okay. You lied about you didn't know what happened.
I did.
You lied when you told him that you thought you heard a car peel off and heard a gunshot, right?
I did.
That gunshot you heard was actually your gunshot, right?
Yes.
You asked Pedro as he died, we saw his last moments on earth, what the fuck happened, right?
One of his legs, he couldn't move at all, and I didn't understand why.
But you knew what happened, right?
Not to the other leg.
Because you shot him, right?
I don't see how I didn't understand how he would have had 2 shots at all.
Now, when Officer Nicholson asked Pedro if he was shot, you answered for Pedro, right? Or excuse me, if he was shot, you answered for Pedro.
I did.
You said something about hitting a major artery, right?
I said I might have. I could have.
Because you knew you had shot him and hit a major artery, right?
No.
And that's even why you told Pedro, as he fled from you, that you'll be fine, it's not like I hit a major artery, right?
I said, you don't want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine.
Because you were mocking him, right?
If that's how you perceive it.
Now, Officer Aguila also arrived on scene, and you lied to him too, right?
I don't know who that is.
You lied when you told him all you heard was screaming, right?
Yes.
You lied when you told him Pedro left the house 30 minutes before.
Yes.
You lied when you told him that Pedro had left walking by himself, right?
No.
You admitted to Officer Rodriguez, though, that you were married to Pedro, right?
At that point, I felt like I had to tell the truth.
You told him that you were together for 9 years, right?
You were.
But now you knew who Pedro was when you were talking to Officer Rodriguez. You didn't know who he was beforehand, right?
No.
You knew his address now, right?
Yeah.
You told him that Pedro was with his friends that night, right?
I did.
Okay. You told him that he was with friends that night, but you didn't tell him how Pedro got home, did you?
No.
Because you actually picked Pedro up, right?
I did.
You told Officer Rodriguez that Pedro was really flustered and wouldn't talk to you that night, right?
I did.
That he kept coming and going all night?
Yes.
But you never said that you were scared of him to Officer Rodriguez, right?
No.
You told Officer Rodriguez that you could hear him wailing and that's why you drove around, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Officer Rodriguez that you had shot Pedro, right?
No.
You lied to him when you told him that the last time you saw Pedro was 30 or 40 minutes prior to his death, right?
Yes.
You lied about Pedro's friend just leaving in a white van, right?
Yes.
A van that officers actually spent their time frantically searching for, right?
I believe so.
A search that only happened because you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told him that Pedro was a truck driver and not into any shit, right?
I wasn't trying to assassinate his character.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro wasn't a bad guy, right?
He's not.
And that nobody would do this to him, right? That's what you told him?
I shouldn't have.
Except you, because you shot Pedro, right?
I had to.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro had a pass, but that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
That it's been over 10 years, right?
Yes.
You told him Pedro was a good guy.
He was.
Officer Edwards was actually pretty nice to you, right?
I don't remember who was who anymore.
He let you go into your home?
Okay.
He let you use the bathroom?
Yes.
When Detective Danny Morales came, you actually got aggressive with him though, right?
Not at all.
You threw a chair at him, right?
No, I didn't.
When he started patting you down, you actually realized what he was going to find, that key to that Chevy Trax, and you tried to hide it, right?
I don't believe he himself even patted me down.
And that's the same Trax that you hid Pedro's belongings in, right?
I never hid anything.
Because you didn't want anyone to know that you were hiding his things, right?
I never hid anything.
When you went to headquarters, the police headquarters, you were actually angry, right?
I was.
And you told officers that you wouldn't put clean clothes on, right?
No, I didn't.
You actually said to them that you wouldn't put that shit on when they try to give you clean clothes, right?
Oh, yes.
You asked them why they were treating you like you were the one who did it, right?
Yep.
Even though you knew that you did kill Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told them that you got into a car accident, right?
My truck a couple days prior.
Okay. And that's what you told them the bruises came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you even said that Pedro didn't cause those bruises, right?
Yes.
Now, when Detective Janoris and Detective Cruz were getting background information on you, you actually agreed with them that you guys lived together, right?
No.
He paid rent for that home?
No, he didn't.
Okay, because he actually lived there.
Not anymore.
You told them that you weren't allowed to have friends, right?
I couldn't.
And you told them that you couldn't have social media, right?
But I still hid it.
You had an Instagram.
Just because I wasn't allowed to have it doesn't mean I didn't go behind his back when he was gone and still download it.
You had Facebook.
Same.
And you had a TikTok.
I wouldn't consider that social media.
Even though you told officers, you lied to officers and said you weren't allowed to have social media, right?
I wasn't allowed to have it at all.
You even told officers that you weren't allowed to see your cousins, right?
I wasn't, which is why we had to sneak around.
Even though 5 days prior, you claimed your cousin David was at your house, right?
And look what happened.
Now, that was an incident that you said you forgot about, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't worried about that anymore, right?
I never said I forgot about anything.
And you weren't afraid of Pedro after that, right?
Like I said, when he was sober, he was a good guy. He was a monster when he was on drugs.
You had cameras at your house, right?
I did.
The cameras recorded everything, right?
I did.
And they captured days, weeks, months prior, right?
Yes.
And those cameras would capture people coming and going from your house, right?
Yes.
Including David, right?
Yes.
Including Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told him that he was staying at the house on and off, right? Pedro was staying on and off at your house.
Yes.
And you said that he actually had a severe mental disorder because he would accuse you of cheating on him and sending naked pictures of yourself to other men, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. We're talking about the totality of the relationship. I'm not speaking about right then and there. I'm speaking to the officers about years on end, how he was.
So let me ask my question again.
I left him in February.
If you can let me ask my question, excuse me. You said that he had a severe mental disorder
Definitely did.
and would accuse you of cheating on him with other men and sending other men naked pictures of yourself, right?
Yes.
And you denied that, right?
To him?
Yes.
Yeah, previously.
Okay. But you actually were doing that, right?
At this point in time, yeah, I was.
Okay. You told them that he would stay at his parents' house if he didn't stay at your home, right?
Yes.
And you also told them that's where he would stay if he didn't sleep at his, or excuse me, that's actually a house that you would stay at too. You weren't staying at your own home, right?
The only time I lived there was years before that incident. You're speaking maybe 6, 7 years ago.
Okay. The night you killed Pedro, he went to a friend's house, right?
Yes.
He was there late.
Yes.
You were actually annoyed that he was there late.
No.
You knew his friends picked him up and he went over there earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And because it was late, you actually told your mom that you were going to go back and pick this, quote, idiot up, right?
Yes.
Because you said he was probably drunk off his ass, right?
Yes.
He didn't ask you to pick him up.
He did.
He didn't demand for you to pick him up.
Before he left, he did.
He didn't?
Didn't have a way to get out. He didn't have a way to leave.
He didn't threaten you if you didn't pick him up, right?
No.
You actually said that you went on your own and it wasn't, quote, a problem for you to go pick him up, right?
Because he didn't call me right then and there.
Now, you got to Enriquez's house, right?
Yes.
And you waited for Pedro outside, right?
At first.
But according to you, he was taking too long, right?
Yes.
So you went inside.
Yes.
And you weren't afraid of him then.
No.
You drove him after that to get beer, right?
Yes.
And you guys were fighting about him, you cheating on him while you drove, right?
As it started, yeah.
And you continued lying to him about your infidelity, right?
Yes.
And then you went home, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell the police that he choked you, right?
There was a lot of things I didn't tell them.
You didn't tell him that he attacked you, right?
Yes, I did.
And you said to them that that night all you did was argue and then laugh and then argue and then laugh, right?
I told them before he was shot that he grabbed me by my hair and he threw me on the floor before I grabbed the gun.
Now, after all of that, after Pedro had left, you went outside to smoke a cigarette, right?
Yes.
And Pedro wasn't home, right?
No.
He actually had left the home at that point, right?
Yes.
You had the gun, right?
Yes.
You saw Pedro, right?
He crept up from the back of the house, yeah.
You admitted at that point that you were cheating on him, right?
Yes.
And you were holding the gun at the point, right?
I wasn't holding it, it was next to me on the floor.
And he told you that you were going to sleep outside that night, right?
That was after he threw me on the floor.
And he ran, right?
He ran in my house.
And you fired as he ran, right?
Yes.
And his back was facing you, right?
Yes.
He was running away, right?
No. He was running to the house.
After you shot him, you actually mocked him and said, "It's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine," right?
It's not quoted right.
Please, feel free. What'd you tell him?
I said, do you want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine. And it wasn't to mock him. I was speaking so fast and my adrenaline was through the roof. That was a big guy. You know what it's like to get hit by somebody that's 6'4", 260 pounds?
And instead of helping him, even possibly saving his life, you actually went and hid that firearm, right?
I couldn't find him at first.
The gun you hid was the same gun you used to kill him, right?
Yes.
Then you hid the casing, right?
I never got a casing.
The casing that the police never found, right?
It didn't look good enough.
You told police, though, that you said to him right after shooting him, where are you going, where are you at, right?
Yes.
But that's actually not true, right?
I said something before, you can hear it in the audio. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
And when Detective Janorz confronted you with what you actually said, you changed your story, didn't you?
I didn't change it, I just honestly was lost.
You said you could only remember bits and pieces at this point, right?
Yes.
That you don't remember saying anything to him, right?
I didn't remember saying anything at first.
But that's actually not the only time you changed your story about what you said to Pedro after you shot him, right?
I'm not certain.
Okay, because you said you had called out to him and said you'd take him to the hospital if he really did hit him, right?
I did say that.
That's not what you said though, right?
I did say that.
Because you were angry, right?
But I did tell him that I was going to take him to the hospital.
And you were mad as hell, right?
I was.
You shot Pedro as he ran away and you killed him, right?
He didn't run away from me.
I have no further questions.
All right, can you redirect?
Yes, sir.
I'll just hold it.
Daisy, the gun that you used to shoot at Pedro, is that the same gun that Pedro split your head open with a few days before?
It was.
And when he split your head open, did you get a bunch of blood on that gun?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about their cameras in your house, and whether they capture comings and goings of people and all that stuff, right? You remember that question from a few minutes ago?
Yes.
The police have all your cameras, right?
They do.
They've had them for over 3 years now, right?
They do.
So they have all the footage that would have been on there, right?
They should, yes.
Except, of course, for the month's worth of footage which somehow got deleted while it was in their custody. They lost that, right? So supposedly they have the footage that was in there. We hope, unless they lost that too, right?
So, sustained facts not in evidence.
So you were asked about waiting to call 911. Did you have your phone after you fired the shot?
At that moment, no.
So was there any way you could possibly call 911?
No.
Do you have a landline?
No.
Your only phone that you could use was your cell phone, right?
Yes.
And Pedro stole that from you.
Yes.
Am I correct that you called 911 as soon as you were able to get your phone?
I did.
You didn't purposely wait for anything, right? You called as soon as you could, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked whether or not Pedro had a key to your home. To your knowledge, did he have a key?
No.
So you said that he had also taken your purse, which you realized at some point, correct?
Yes, he did.
Had he also broken a window to gain access to your house, to your knowledge?
Yes, through the window in the kitchen.
We know that Pedro wasn't found to have a gun after he got shot, right?
Right.
But to your knowledge, did Pedro have a gun?
On him? Or?
Not on him. Did he have a gun?
Yes, he did.
So, as far as you knew, he owned a gun, he had access to a gun, correct?
Yes.
The gun that you used to fire at Pedro, it's the same gun that, as you mentioned earlier, that he beat you over the head with a few days before, right?
Yes.
He also discharged that firearm and took a shot at you that day, right?
Oh, you can answer.
Yes, he did.
Took that gun, aimed it at you, pulled the trigger, and fired, but luckily he missed.
Objection, leaving.
Okay, hold on. Sustained. He's gonna ask another question.
Did Pedro take a shot at you?
He did take a shot at me.
He was aiming at you?
I would assume so.
You had your back turned to him, right?
Yes, I was running away.
And you heard the shot,
We all heard it.
but luckily the shot didn't hit you.
Yes.
And after that shot missed you, he proceeded to beat you even more over your head, right?
He began to bludgeon me.
Now, when Pedro was running towards the house, before Pedro started running towards your house to lock you out, he yelled something at you, correct?
Yeah.
What was that?
That he was gonna lock me out the house, that I was gonna sleep outside, and that, go ahead, I'm not scared to die. I'm ready to die, bitch.
So at that moment, did you believe that he was in fact going to barricade himself inside the house?
I knew he was gonna go in the house.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I knew he was going in the house.
And you have no idea what was going to happen after that, right?
No.
What you do know is that he beat you halfway to death a few days before.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, sustained, bleeding. He's gonna ask another question.
You still had fresh wounds on your head at that moment, correct?
Yes.
And those wounds came from where?
From Pedro.
From how long before?
About 3 days prior.
Okay. And you have no idea what he was going to do once he barricaded himself inside the house, correct?
Objection, that's an answer. Speculation.
Overruled.
Right?
No. What I thought he was gonna do.
Hold on, you answered no. You can follow up with the question.
You didn't know what he was going to do.
No.
At that moment, Pedro had been asked to leave how many times?
Approximately, I would say 4, 5.
He did not live there, right?
Not at that time, no.
That was your home, right?
It was.
You have a right to invite or disinvite whoever you want from your home.
Counsel testifying, pleading, call for legal.
Sustained. He's gonna ask another question.
Who decides who gets to come inside your home?
Same objection.
Who decides who gets to come inside your home?
It's a different question. Overruled. You could answer.
You would assume me.
You, right?
Yes.
Because it's your home.
Yes.
Was it anybody at that moment, that night, was that home, did it belong to anybody else other than you?
No.
Did anybody else have the right to decide who comes into that home other than yourself, to your knowledge?
No.
Was Pedro told on multiple occasions, unequivocally, to leave?
Objection, hearsay, and leading.
Asked and answered. Overruled. I'm sorry, sustained. He's gonna ask another question.
Was there anything else that you could have done, to your knowledge, to get that man to leave your home?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Judge, if I may have one question.
Sure.
You could have called 911 and had him arrested, right?
I didn't have my phone after the fact.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lynn, you can step down. All right, folks, I just need a few minutes with the lawyers to discuss scheduling for the rest of the afternoon. If you wouldn't mind, please going back into the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
You can be seated, jury notified. Are you planning on calling any other witnesses?
So Judge, we have a few moments to go.
Sure, you can go off first, while you check outside.
I thought you were saying. Yeah, we No, just talking about Pedro Jimenez. Yeah. Yeah, she's outside.
competency issues for him to be able to testify?
The only concern that I have, because I did speak to him, I think he is, I agree with Mr. Tomas, like, he is a very bright young man. The only concern that I have is he said that he has ADHD, and he left his medication at home. He was fidgeting a lot during his deposition and, you know, kind of distracted. I don't have a competency concern really, but, you know, to the extent that he is going to be able to fully pay attention because of that is really my only concern.
Can we bring him in?
That's fine.
And you can at least show him where he's going to be seated?
Well, you granted a motion for him to testify via closed circuit.
Nobody asked me, I don't remember.
I did yesterday.
Okay, do you have an objection to him testifying in closed circuit?
That's fine.
I can set up my Zoom.
I need a computer, and he would literally be in the room next door.
Okay.
We would have to use this Zoom and,
Well, Judge, I can actually put it here and I could have the computer fit, well, no, yeah.
okay, let's just.
No, I was gonna say it could be facing the witness stand, but that doesn't make any sense.
Sure, let's just set it up now.
Yeah, we should also address that, Judge. I don't know to the extent that we want to show the child's face either. I don't know.
The what?
The child's face being on Zoom and on camera and all those things.
Well, the camera crew is not going to show his face, so it'll just be facing the jury as if he's.
Yeah. The jury should see it, but nobody else.
Right,
Yeah.
right, folks? So I don't know where you all want to point the camera. You'll figure it out. Or can you blur it? You can't blur it. If that television is facing the jury, wouldn't that also hide it, angle-wise?
I mean,
As long as the camera's not looking at it, that's all I care about.
yeah, I mean, is it possible for you to lower the camera while he testifies?
All right, Mr. Tomas, who's with him that will stay with him in this back secure area? Is it going to be his,
There
So-
should be nobody.
he's an 11-year-old,
I understand.
I would suggest Laylene,
Okay,
yeah. And Josefina and Crystal can stay and,
I don't think anyone's calling Laylene back, right, as a witness?
No, but I mean, it's the same issue, Judge. I would ask that a court staff or something like that sit with them.
Why don't we do this? Mr. Octala, Mr. Tomas, Laylene, and the witness can all go into the back room together. We'll turn on the Zoom. We'll make sure that no one is talking. Mr. Octala, you can stay there. Just don't be in, you don't have an objection to Octala being back there
no.
with Laylene. So
That's-
it's an office. There's plenty of desks. So why don't we try to see if they can't get comfortable there now? And then
Sure.
we can figure out the Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
The Zoom,
Want me to bring him in through here or through the other door?
Yeah.
I leave it up to you. He hasn't
The
seen
second,
his-
you open the other door for me?
Yes.
All right. I'll bring
It's
it.
probably best if he goes.
Yeah.
I'm talking putting it over here.
Would you like me to step back now?
Sure, you can go back there now. And then you'll be back there with Mr. Tomas, the witness, and my JA.
Understood.
Fine. All right, back on the record. Lawyers are present except for Mr. Octala. Mr. Octala is with witness PJ, who's supposed to testify later on, well, in just a few minutes.
Before he does that, and I'm going to put the board up, you mind if I just turn this camera off since it came back to the TV?
Sure. Mr. Tomas, there was some talk earlier about the state calling him as a witness regarding impeachment of other witnesses that had testified. Do you remember that? Something along the lines of the grandmother and PJ talking every week about the case that might be.
Well, yeah, they can ask him about that on the cross.
All right. I just didn't know if there was going to be a proffer on your end as to what you would testify to and a request regarding what should be introduced on cross-examination, explored on cross-examination, or something that needs to be explored if the state needs to call him as their own witness.
Judge, so long as I'm able to ask those questions, I will not be calling him as a witness.
Okay. Just keep in mind he's 11. I understand from both parties, you all have met him, he's bright, but you probably should ask questions and object a little slower, and I'll do my best to also keep it clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and bring back the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, can someone ask him if he can hear us? Can he see us?
Hold on 1 second. He should be able to. Hey, PJ, can you hear us? Can you say yes? Hold on, I can't hear you.
That might be.
Not hearing anything, turn on all.
That might be because of my.
Hey, can you say something? Ah, shoot.
Hold on. Ask him now.
It's coming through the computer. Can you hear us? Can you say yes? I don't know if that's loud enough. Give me a second, okay, buddy? How about now? Can you say something for me? Yeah. Can you try? How about now? Yeah. Can you grab a chair? Because he's good with computers. We're just having some problems with the computer, okay? We might need your help.
Give me a second.
Yeah, it needs to come through this. I switched it over.
You already got it?
Yeah, I switched it over, but it's still coming through the laptop and not.
Mr. Tomas, are you planning on calling any other witnesses after this one?
No,
So is it your intention to arrest?
it is.
State, do you have any rebuttal witnesses?
I have Detective Wilson. I believe that's it.
They're outside?
They are.
Hey, can you test for me real quick?
Is that okay?
That's better.
Is that work for you?
If he can't hear us, we'll just, I'm sorry, if there's audio issues, we'll just ask him to keep his voice up.
I can try one last thing, and then if not, I'll swap back to us.
Can you just tell him to say something?
If you could just say a quick sentence, okay, like hello there.
Hello there.
That's perfect. Thanks, man.
We're good, try?
No, we're good.
Okay, if we're good then. I'll go back.
Is there a way to put the shades down behind him?
Yes.
Yeah, can you go there and close the shades?
Judge, the only issue is, because we took the deposition late, and this just popped in my head, I apologize. I took the deposition late yesterday, but I think around 6:30 maybe, give or take. I put in a rush request for his deposition transcript. I don't have it. So if he testifies differently than what he did yesterday, I have a video of it.
Mr. Tomas was there?
Yes.
If you all can't agree on impeachment, we'll just take it from there.
Sure. I know the court reporter that was here for his deposition was here if we needed to.
All right, that's better. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
All right, the jury.
All right, all jurors are accounted for, lawyers are present except for Ms. Tala, and Ms. Link is present. All right, folks, this should be the last defense witness, so I'm going to ask Mr. Tomas, who he's calling now.
So Judge, I know it's a weird setup, but I think I should be seated facing the TV.
Sure, you can move yourself around.
Oh, the defense calls Pedro Jimenez Jr. Pedro, can you see me?
Can I tell him to raise his right hand?
Oh, can you raise your right hand?
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so Pedro, can you tell us your full name?
Pedro Jimenez.
Who was your father?
Pedro.
Pedro Jimenez? And who is your mother?
Baby.
Okay. So, Pedro, I want to ask you about a couple of incidents that happened about 3 years ago. Do you remember back in June of 2022, do you remember an incident where your mother got hurt? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What can you tell me about that incident? What happened that night?
So when Dad he was knocking on our door and he changed the lock and my mom went to go see who it was and when she saw it was him, she didn't answer the door. She was mad and the door was unlocked, so he opened the door and then he told he yelled at my mom. He said, are you cheating on me? And my mom said, no, this is my cousin. And my dad pulled a gun out from his back pocket and he pointed the gun at my mom and he fired a shot, but he missed. And then he grabbed my mom and started hitting her on the head over and over with the gun, and my mom smacked it out of his hand. And then David kicked it away from him. So that gave my mom and David time to gave my mom and everybody to get out of the house.
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned somebody named David. Can you tell me who David is?
David was my mom's cousin.
Your mom's cousin? So David was at your mom's house that night? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Can you tell me who else besides your mom and you and David, was there anybody else in your mom's house that night?
Yeah.
Who?
It's David's kids.
How many kids did David have with him?
4.
4 kids? And what about your sister? Was she there too?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was you, your sister,
David's kids, David and your mom were at your mom's house, correct?
Mhm.
And at some point, your dad showed up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said that your dad was beating on your mom. Was he hitting her with something?
Yeah, he hit her with the one with the gun.
With the what?
With the one with the gun.
Okay. Do you know how many times he hit her?
Like 5 times.
At some point, did he stop?
And only whenever my mom knocked the gun out of his hand.
So after the gun was knocked out of his hands, do you know if he ever got it back? If your dad ever got the gun back?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, and what happened when he got it back?
He didn't like the next day, but he didn't break it up.
Can you say, Pedro, can you move your hands from your mouth so I can hear you? Can you repeat that for me, please?
He came back the next day, but he didn't bring the gun, he just said good night to us, to me and my sister. Like, I'm not sure if he brought a gun or not, but I know I remember he said good night to me and my sister, because we were watching a TV show in our mom's room, and he said good night to us, and then we heard screaming, like yelling, and arguing all over. And my dad, he started getting aggressive, and then my grandma said, stop, bro, come here, and my dad, he bolted out the door, and he said, no, I'll lose my career.
Now this, what you just told me right now, this is on a different day than the day that your dad hit your mom with the gun, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. I want to go back to the first day again. When your dad was hitting your mom, did you, at any point, did you say anything to him?
Yeah.
What did you say to your dad?
I told him to stop.
You asked him to stop?
Yeah.
All right. So on the other day where the police came to the house, do you remember that? And do you remember when it was that?
Judge, I'm gonna object.
I'm sorry, buddy. You said but I just want to make sure. What you just said, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember when the police were at the house, right? Do you remember when the police took your mom?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you remember about that, about them taking your mom?
So, me and my sister, well, actually, I woke up to screaming from outside, and I woke up my sister, and I told her, do you hear that? And she says, yeah. So we go to see what the noise was, and we see our mom, and then police officers are putting her in handcuffs. And they're saying that my mom is saying I didn't do anything wrong, and they're just taking her away and telling her to be quiet. So they put her in the car park, and she starts like screaming at us, saying we didn't tell. She starts screaming at me and my sister. She says, "Oh, they're gonna take me away, guys." And me and my sister, we get scared. And then the police officer says, "You want to see my car part?" And me and my sister say, "Yeah, sure." So we go and we walk into this car park. And we get in, and he says, "Is it cool?" And we say, "Yeah." And then he let us play with the lights. But then we had to go back inside. The police officer told us to go back inside so we're knocking.
Okay. Now, before this happened, had your mom put you and your sister in a bedroom? Is that a yes? lock you guys in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, I have a very important, serious question for you. I need you to tell the truth, all right? Do you know how to unlock the door when your mom locks you in the bedroom? Okay. You figured out how to do that, I guess. All right. All right, thank you, Pedro. Those are all the questions I have for right now. All right. Thanks.
Tommy, hey. Yeah, that's the last question.
Sorry, buddy. You just nodded a moment ago. Is that a yes?
Yes.
I have to ask you this stuff because the court reporter is writing everything down, so they need to hear the word yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Very briefly, Judge.
You can cross.
Thank you. Hey, buddy, how you doing? I just have a couple questions for you, okay? Do you know why you're in court today? Why are you in court today?
About the night that everything happened and to get my mom out of where she is right now.
To get your mom out of where she is right now? Do you know where she is right now? When your dad lived, or wasn't on the roads, he was a trucker, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Your dad was a trucker, right? And when he wasn't home, when he wasn't on the road, he lived with you, right?
Everybody didn't live there.
What do you mean by that?
He didn't live there. He lived in his truck, but he would come visit us, me and my sister sometimes.
Yeah, when he wasn't in his truck, he would stay at your house, right? Is that a yes?
Sometimes he would stay at his mom's house.
Okay. Do you remember talking to me yesterday?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling me something different yesterday?
Well,
Do you? I'm asking you. I can't answer for you. Okay. And you live with your grandma right now, right? Is that a yes?
yeah.
Sorry, you remember my friend from yesterday with the long hair? He needs to make sure that we get everything on the record, okay? And you live with your grandma, right?
Yeah.
And your grandma wasn't there when your dad hit your mom, right? You talk to your grandma about once a week about what happened to her, right? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And sometimes you forget about what happens that day, right? And when you forget about that day, your grandma tells you what happened, right? Even though she wasn't there, right? Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
Alright, can you redirect?
Hey, Pedro. So, when we're doing this trial process, I ask the questions first, then Alex asks the questions, and now I get to ask the questions again, so that's why I'm doing this again. You said that you talked to your grandmother, or your grandmother talks to you about what happened, right? Now, I want to be clear. Everything that you told us here today, is it something that somebody else told you to say, or is this what you remember? Okay, so when you were asked a moment ago about your grandmother correcting you, what are we talking about when you said that? Can you give me an example? So you thought that your dad tried to shoot your mom twice, but it was only once, right? And he missed. And you saw that happen, right? You remember what it sounded like when he fired the shot?
Yeah.
Was it, what was, can you describe it for me?
It wasn't like deep, like, it was like,
Okay. All right, thank you for answering my questions. And listen, for whatever it's worth, whatever happens, you're gonna be just fine. You believe me? Good. All right, thanks, buddy.
Okay, so you're gonna have to get him off the Zoom. If the jury can please go back into the jury room, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jurors.
Alrighty, jury's back there. Okay, so he's off the Zoom. You're not planning on calling any other witness?
No.
All right, Ms. Link, I think the only other witness that you and your defense wanted to call is David Perez. We talked about it this morning. He's not here. He's not planning on being here. So at this stage, I gave today as the deadline for the defense to call their witnesses. Is there anybody else that you wanted to call besides David Perez?
No, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the attorney's questions? I'm sorry, with your attorney's questions of DJ?
Judge.
All right. Okay, so state you have two witnesses for rebuttal.
Yes.
So we'll come back, you'll rest in front of them, and we'll just go into the rebuttal case. And I'll let the jury know that they are going to hear from state witnesses for rebuttal. And you said that you have two, correct?
Yes.
It's Sergeant Cruz and Cremesini.
No, Sergeant Cruz. Detective Cruz is outside, but he's not testifying. It's Sergeant Cremesini and Detective Angel Wilson.
It sounds like we're gonna end early again today. And if that's the case, then
Straight into closing tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be my
Right.
preference as well.
And I'll get you all the draft copy of jury instructions. I mean, obviously you can raise your judgment of acquittal, I'll hear from you, and then we'll just take it from there. But since we're just overall planning, tomorrow will be closings as well as, so I do jury instructions, closings, and then with the jury deliberations.
Just for planning purposes, tomorrow, should the jury come back with a guilty verdict, there is a page two that we need to do as well. I can send a proposed copy of jury instructions that have been used in the past for that.
Oh yeah, please do that.
Yeah.
And then you have the certified copies of the judgments and sentences?
We have what I believe we need to prove our verdict.
So it sounds like I'll take a 20-minute break if they do come back guilty on something, and then we'll discuss it then.
Yeah.
But we'll at least, me and Mr. Tomas will have those proposed jury instructions. And like I said, I'm going to give you all jury instructions on my end. All right, I'm going to bring the jury back in.
All right, Mr. Jurors.
All right, all 9 jurors are accounted for. All lawyers are present, as well as Ms. Link. Okay, Mr. Tomas, is there anything, I'll be seated. Thank you. Is there anything else that you wish to present?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
All right, folks, so the defense has rested. If the state wishes to put on a rebuttal case, they're allowed to do that. And so I'll ask the state if they're going to put on a rebuttal case.
Yes, Judge, at this time, the state calls Detective Wilson to the stand.
Detective Wilson.
Wilson?
Yeah, Wilson. No, over here, sorry. Jeanette,
Yes, Judge.
I'm sorry, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can come around here. Watch your step up.
Good afternoon, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Detective Angel Wilson,
Detective Wilson, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
A little under 21 years.
And what assignment are you currently assigned to today?
The Homicide Bureau.
Back on June 25th, 2022, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the Special Victims Bureau within the Domestic Violence Unit.
Now, do you know the defendant Daisy Link in this case?
Do I know her? No, I do not.
Did you ever come into an interaction or were you ever present with her when she was at the station on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Who was present at the station at that time?
Detective Janoris.
Why were you at the station?
So in homicide, they have like a ride-along type of thing that they allow you to do if you are slated to come over to homicide or if you have interest in becoming a homicide detective, kind of like a shadowing program.
So you were shadowing?
Yes.
Were you shadowing anyone in particular?
So essentially, I was shadowing on a different squad, Sergeant Goldberg's team. However, Sergeant Waite's team at the time had got a fresh case. So I went over to go watch the interrogation.
Okay, and who was at the interrogation? Who did you go watch?
So Detective Cruz and Detective Janoris.
Was the defendant Daisy Link there with them?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come any time where you and the defendant were together at any point?
Yes.
Please explain.
So in one incident, I believe I assisted with putting cuffs on the defendant for the purpose of either the bathroom and or fingerprints. And I also went with Detective Janoris to do, to take her to get fingerprinted as well as to use the ladies' room.
So let's talk about when you went to go with her to get fingerprinted. Who was there with you as well as the defendant? Was there anyone else there?
Just the individuals that work in that area.
So who did you go with besides the defendant to go fingerprint
Oh, I'm
her?
sorry, Detective Janoris. I'm sorry.
Was she there the entire time with you?
Yes.
Okay. When she went to get fingerprinted, did you say anything to her?
No.
Did she say
Not that I
anything to
recall.
you? Sorry, go ahead. Did she say anything to you?
No, not that I recall.
All right, let's talk about the incident. You said you also went with them to the bathroom.
Yes.
Was Detective Janoris with you the entire time as well?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And what happened at the bathroom?
Detective Janoris and I were having a conversation. She was asking me where do I work, and I told her that I worked in the DV unit, and we talked about possibly taking a previous class together because she looked familiar to me, and so I was trying to figure out where I knew her face from.
When you guys were having this conversation, where was the defendant?
In the bathroom stall.
So is this a conversation that she overheard?
Possibly, since she was in the restroom with us.
What happened when she came out of the bathroom stall?
She asked me, or alluded to me being a domestic violence detective, or asking me was I.
Okay. And what did you respond?
I told her that I was.
Okay. And anything else that she asked or you said to her?
She proceeded to talk about being like a victim of domestic violence.
And what did you say to her?
That she needed to talk to them about that she needed to talk to them, meaning the detectives, the homicide detectives.
Did you try to continue that interaction that she was trying to get you to speak to you about?
No.
Did you at any point discuss anything else with her?
No.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
Hello. So Ms. Link told you she was a victim of domestic violence, and you directed her to speak to somebody else, correct?
Essentially, yes.
Was Detective Janoris in the same room when this happened?
She was within the bathroom.
Okay, is it a big bathroom, a small bathroom?
Depends on what you, it's a public bathroom, so it's like a 3-stall bathroom on the second floor of
Okay.
the office.
Now, you accompanied them for Ms. Link to get her fingerprints taken, correct?
Yes.
Where is the fingerprinting station in relation to the bathroom that you all were in?
Down the hall on the first floor. And so, okay, the bathroom is on the second floor across from the homicide office.
Right.
Her interview was conducted in the robbery office, which is across the hall from homicide, but just a little bit further down. So then we walked her downstairs to the elevator to the first floor so she could get fingerprinted.
So you are, right now, currently, you are a homicide detective.
That's correct.
But back in June of 2022, you were a domestic violence detective.
That's correct.
And in fact, you said that in the bathroom in front of Detective Janoris when Ms. Link talked to you. You said, it was said that you were a homicide, domestic violence detective.
I was
right?
talking to Detective Janoris when I said that. I was
Okay.
answering Detective Janoris' question.
Okay. So there's no question, in your mind at least, Detective Janoris knew that you were a domestic violence detective at that moment.
That's correct.
Okay. And you accompanied Detective Janoris to have Daisy Link fingerprinted, correct?
Yes.
Did you accompany her on the way back for Daisy Link to sit in the interview room?
Yes, I accompanied her back to the robbery office.
Okay. Other than Detective Janoris, was there anybody else there with Daisy Link during that process that we just talked about?
The process has been going to get fingerprinted and coming back, going and coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
Not that I recall, besides the people who work in the fingerprint office.
Is there a department procedure that you all are supposed to follow when you're escorting somebody in custody to get their fingerprints taken?
The procedure. You have anything specific regarding the procedure?
Well, I don't know if you remember, you and I spoke on Monday, right?
Correct.
So what I'm talking about is, as far as when you're taking somebody to get fingerprinted, is there something you're supposed to do? Is it supposed to be 2 people escorting her? Can one person escort her? How does that work?
There's usually at least 2. Sometimes there's more, depending on if the person's combative or whatnot. I've seen more than 2 though, but at least 2.
Okay, all right. So you were, even though you were shadowing, you were asked to accompany for that purpose, correct?
Yes, I'm essentially still a police officer / detective.
Now, as a homicide detective, as part of your investigation, it's important to make notes of things and document as much as possible so that you have a full picture and so that the investigation is complete, correct?
Yes.
And part of that is listing all officers who take part in the investigation, correct?
Somewhat, correct.
Like, for example, if you're at a crime scene, isn't there a list where all officers are supposed to document, getting to the crime scene, leaving the crime scene, what they did on the crime scene, things of that nature?
I think you're referring to like a crime scene log. Our department doesn't use a crime scene log. The officer who responds initially will document what other officers was dispatched, and it'll be listed in the report, but there's no actual log that we use.
And other than documenting who's involved with what in an investigation, there are many reasons for that, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. One of the reasons is you want to have a thorough and well-documented investigation, right?
Yes.
And you also have certain obligations that you need to turn over to the state attorney's office, which they in turn need to turn over to defense of the person being charged. So that plays into everything as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why it was that you were not listed as a person someone involved in this case until this past...
Objection, speculation.
I'd like to finish my question, please. Do you know why it is that you were not listed as a person having information on this case until 3 days ago?
No, I wouldn't
Objection,
know.
speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
No, I wouldn't know why another person didn't do something.
So you would agree that you should have been listed from the beginning, correct?
I've also not listed in some of my reports before. It could have been human error that you forgot to list it
Human error is inevitable, right?
at some point in time.
But would you agree that the correct thing in this case would have been to list you and list what your role was in this case from the get-go, as it was done with every other officer? Yes?
I don't.
You're not sure?
I don't think it's definitive yes or definitive no. I can see where you're coming from, but I know from other investigations that I've been a part of, whether I was the lead or not, that every single person is not listed in a detective's report. It depends on the role that they played in the investigation. If they have no investigative, they didn't do anything substantial in the case, then they're not necessarily listed in my report. They may be listed somewhere else. Me as in the detective, it may be listed somewhere else, like the dispatcher may have them in the audit trail that they responded, something along those lines.
But it would be listed somewhere, right? So would you agree that it was not correct for it not to be listed anywhere and for no notice to be given about your involvement until we are midway through a trial? That's not the right way to do it, correct?
I can't say I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I understand. No further questions. Thank you.
See if there's any redirects.
Detective Wilson, were you involved in any way in this investigation
No.
back on June 25th, 2022?
No, I was not.
Did you do anything substantive with this case?
No, I did not.
Were you involved in any collection of evidence?
No,
Were you involved in any speaking to the defendant during interrogations?
no.
What, if anything, were you doing at that interview or in that office that day?
I was shadowing, observing.
Okay. Now, we were also asked about homicide detectives and DV detectives. Can you please explain to the jury how is it that DV detectives get involved versus homicide detectives?
So essentially, if you have a case where there's a report of like domestic violence, whether it's a simple battery or an aggravated battery, or even like an attempted murder, but it's related to like a domestic incident, a domestic violence detective would respond. If the person is expected to survive, that would be completely a domestic violence detective. The road officer will call the Special Victims Bureau. We would screen the call and determine if we need to respond or if we will come out later. But as far as homicide being involved in a domestic case, the person would have had to sustain life-threatening injuries where the doctor is deeming that the person is not expected to survive. Then at that point, I would brief the homicide detectives, and then they would take over the investigation. If the person did not have, if they were expected to survive their injuries, it would never go to homicide. So essentially, only a DV detective would respond. Homicide would never respond.
So in this case, because a person didn't survive, would there have been a DV detective?
No, unless they were transported and they were still viable at the time.
Okay. And any other interaction that you had with the defendant besides that you mentioned earlier?
No, not that I recall.
Did you try and shut down the conversation that was being said to you at that time?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
You can step down. Any other rebuttal witnesses?
State Hall, Sergeant Kermesini.
Sergeant Curtis. can come around. Just right here. It's only been a few days, but might as well. Just swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth. Thank you. Sorry, Jack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind just reintroducing yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Sergio Cremesini,
And can you remind them where you work?
the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Homicide Bureau.
And can you remind them what your involvement in this case was?
I conducted a cellular cell phone examination.
And do you recall whose cell phone you extracted?
It was an individual identified as Daisy Link.
Now, I want to ask you a handful of specific questions. Technology. Is it ever changing or is it pretty stagnant?
It changes, at least in regards to cell phones.
When it comes to cell phone technology and extracting the cell phone technology, can you tell us a little bit about the technology change over time?
In regards to obtaining the information or processing the information?
Both.
So there can be updates into what exactly, like which specific devices are available that we can conduct an examination. And then on the processing side, there is updates that are generally done that can yield additional or new information.
Now, in 2022 versus now, is the technology that is able to extract and read the data on a phone better?
So as it relates to the device in this case, the technology that extracts the information, or pretty much copies it from the device, is the same. However, the processing part of the software has been updated.
Okay, would you say it's better?
It essentially interprets or provides a little bit more data than what it initially does, yes.
Okay, now, I want to focus on a handful of things, but you extracted this phone in 2022, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also do it more recently than that?
I didn't do an additional extraction, but I did do an additional processing of the actual extraction file. Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. Can you just explain to the jury what that means a little bit?
Sure. So if an easy way to think of it is if you were to take the data from a cell phone that's obtained during a forensic extraction, consider that a library. And within a library, you have different sections and different books in all the different sections of the library. What the updates to these softwares do is that if we were to hypothetically think that in 2022, all the books that we were able to read were in English and Spanish, and then as time progresses, the ability to interpret new languages is obtained, which is pretty much how that technology evolves. So it doesn't provide new information that wasn't there to begin with. It just allows for the ability to essentially interpret beyond what it initially did.
And you reinterpreted the data from that extraction?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury again what hash marks are?
So a hash is essentially, it's like a digital fingerprint that you can conduct on a file. It could be a file, it could be a folder. And pretty much if anything within that file changes, then that value or that hash is going to be different, letting you know that the actual contents are not the same.
Did you verify those hashes from the 2022 reading of that data versus when you did it a few weeks ago?
So the hash of the original extraction is the same. Are you asking in relation to a specific file, or?
I will in a minute.
Okay.
But the actual data was the same, is that correct?
Yes, that initial, so to speak, copy of the library, that has a hash value as well, and that is the same and has not changed.
Now, specifically to, and what I have up, I'm going to ask you to sit down in a moment, videos on the defendant's phone from June 1st of 2022 up and through the incident date of June 25th, 2022. Were you able to confirm that the same data that was on this phone was the same as 2022 as it was in 2025?
Yes, so I compared the hash values because aside from there being a hash on the overall library, there's also a hash that's assigned to each individual file.
Okay. I'm sorry, continue.
So I did a comparison of the hash values that were generated in 2022 and then compared it to the hash values now. And yes, all of those videos are the same.
Okay, if permission for the witness to sit down?
Yes.
If you don't mind coming down here. Can you just remind the jury what actually we're looking at here?
So this is going to be one of the softwares, essentially the report that's generated with the data from the system.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and just publish to the jury the created date right there?
June 18, 2022.
Just go forward. And the next date?
June 22nd, 2022.
The next date?
June 24th, 2022.
And again, is that June 24, 2022?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Okay, you can have a seat. Let's see if there's any crosses.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, you can step down. All right, State, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're resting on your rebuttal case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so both sides have rested. Lisette made you coffee anyway and snacks, so we'll just take it back there. Feel free to take us whatever you want home if you want. If you want the little shot of colada, go for it. We're gonna end early for today. So we'll come back tomorrow. We're technically a day early of schedule, so I anticipate in the normal course of a trial, we would conduct closing arguments today and deliberations. Prior to that, I would give you the jury instructions. So I'm gonna work with the lawyers and just link on those jury instructions. For the most part, they are prepared essentially right before a case ends. That's the best way to be thorough, so that's what I'm gonna do today and tomorrow morning. We'll plan on a 2-hour morning session tomorrow, so from 10:30 to 12:30. I will provide you lunch tomorrow, and if all goes according to the way trials usually go, you all will have lunch and deliberate around the same time. So we'll plan on that. So please have a heavy breakfast so that if we're together from 10:30 to 12:30, we may not break until 12:30, we may not break until 1. So we'll just plan on a heavy breakfast. We'll get you your lunch orders in the morning. That way we're not ordering for you as you deliberate. Please remember my instructions about not doing any research about this case, not speaking about this case with anyone. I know you've heard a lot of evidence, and I'll remind you what we talked about on day 1 and 2. You should not form any fixed opinions until you have heard the argument of the lawyers, as well as my instructions on the law. You now have all the evidence that the lawyers have put in front of you. There's no other evidence for you to decide. For you to hear. You may get tempted to think about what your verdict is going to be. Please resist those temptations and follow the court's instructions. You've also interacted from the witness stand with a lot of witnesses. If you see them lingering in the hallway or any family members, the lawyers mislink, please ignore them. They're supposed to ignore you. If you find out of any violations or if a violation happens to you, please inform me and please inform Umberto. So we're just going to the jury room for a few minutes. Feel free to enjoy the coffee, and then Umberto will come get you in about 10 minutes or so. If you're ready beforehand, knock on the jury room, and Umberto will come get you before then. Thank you.
All right, so the jury.
They're all in there enjoying their coffee. You might as well talk about some preliminary matters such as jury instructions. Is anyone asking for a lesser?
We're asking for manslaughter.
All right, they're asking for manslaughter. Are they asking for it as well?
I'm not, they're asking for it, so.
I think the way it works is should be a category 1.
It is.
And if it's not, there hasn't been enough in evidence for me to consider that. So, barring me finding case law otherwise, it's coming in. The self-defense instruction, you're asking for a defense.
Yes, ma'am, 3.6F.
I have no objection to the standard resistance of evidence.
Let me just look up something real quick.
I don't know if it's,
Justified justified use of deadly force.
I don't know it is, if it's that one, but I trust in someone else.
There's some stuff that doesn't apply, so we need to rule
Yeah.
that rule out.
You made a big deal about a burglary. Are you asking for, you're not asking just for self-defense instruction, you're asking for an additional instruction on the victim burglarizing or attempting to burglarize her home?
Well, it's part of 3.6, Judge. I'll read it. Daisy Link was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or B, the imminent commission of a burglary or kidnapping against herself or another.
You said it was
3.6F.
Okay, I see. It says give A or B and you want both, right?
Correct.
And am I inserting the applicable felony being what?
I believe that the applicable forcible felonies that the jury could find were imminent are burglary and kidnapping.
As to the kids?
Yes.
I don't think there's any evidence of that.
Let me just ask you, I'll get to you, State. Is it attempted burglary or burglary? I'll look at it, and then if it needs to be...
Well, the belief is that a burglary was going to be committed imminently, and the testimony was he was running to barricade himself inside the house.
Okay, State, you mentioned something about kidnapping, no evidence.
There's zero evidence of that. The defendant testified, she never said she was in fear for her kids, she never thought that he was going to pick them up, take them, anything like that. There's for kidnapping, I forget all the elements off the top of my head. One of them is committing a crime, it's a false imprisonment plus a crime, or a felony, excuse me. There's no evidence of that. And then the other one is terrorized. There's no evidence of that either.
So,
I think personally, I think burglary is a stretch, but it is what it is. I don't really have a strong objection there. Kidnapping, I don't really think that there is anything there.
So, Judge, he was asked to leave. He didn't have a right to be in the house. There's been evidence of that. He indicated to her he was going to force himself into the house, lock her out. Her kids were in there. He did not have traditional custodial rights to the kids, so that a reasonable juror could find that a kidnapping was imminent. So that's why I believe it should be.
No,
Are you able to pull up the kidnapping 9.1? Okay, they're ready to go, so why don't we just... Yeah, bring them up. All right, folks, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. All right, they've now left. We can be seated. So, if you look at 9.1 kidnapping, defendant forcibly, secretly, or by threat. If you're going to argue any one of those, might be forcibly confined, abducted. You use the word abducted. I don't see imprisoned against his or her will. And 2 is had no lawful authority to do so. And 3 is acted with the intent to And you fill in the blank, Mr. Tomas.
Well, we intend to commit or facilitate the commission of burglary. Interfere with the performance of any government, no. That's not. Interfere with custody, yes, but that's not wrong. So I would say commit or facilitate the commission of burglary, kidnapping, locking somebody out of their home.
Burglary is trespass plus a felony. So, I don't know what the underlying felony is.
I don't understand your argument, Mr. Brito, with regards, or back to the burglary.
No, I'm saying, so it says commit or facilitate the commission of applicable felony. They're asking for a burglary. There needs to be, for a burglary, a crime therein. I personally don't think that there's been evidence of that. I don't know what crime therein we could argue. But, again, if the court is inclined to allow burglary, I don't really have a strong objection to it. Kidnapping, to me, the defendant forcibly, secretly, or by threat, confined, abducted, imprisoned a victim against his or her will, had no lawful authority to do so, and acted with intent to, and then the four. I don't think that there is any evidence of confining, abducting, or imprisoning anyone against their will.
Look at false imprisonment.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have it in front of me. If Mr. Tomas doesn't mind, he's staring over it.
So it's 9.2.
No,
Same language as the first element about forcibly, secretly.
So this is what I'm saying, in 3.6, if you just scroll down by where it says, Daisy Lake was justified right there. In using deadly force, if she, reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or, which is B, the imminent commission of a burglary or kidnapping against herself or another. I don't think kidnapping applies. I don't really think burglary applies either, but again, if the court's inclined to give that instruction, it is what it is. I just don't think kidnapping applies.
I'm inclined to the burglary, but it seems that false imprisonment may be a better.
False imprisonment is not applicable for that instruction. It says kidnapping.
To where? To the.
For the.
I put in kidnapping because in the instruction it says insert applicable felony.
Oh, okay.
So those are the two that I
So
thought.
what you're looking at are his modified. It's his modified instruction.
Yeah, I didn't know. When you said 3.6, I just was assuming
Yeah,
it was the.
so look at 9.2.
And Judge.
I think false imprisonment is probably better than kidnapping.
And Judge, in 9.2, it also says confinement of a child under the age of 13 is against the child's will if such confinement is without the consent of the child's parent, legal guardian, which in this case was Daisy. Clearly it wasn't, so that's another one.
I understand, but where do I go when 3B is involved? So if you look at 9.1, so there's 1, 2, 3 elements, right? Right? 1, 2, 3 elements. And I understand the part about the confinement with a child under 13. But what do I give under 3?
But so there is no actual evidence of that. He didn't get inside the house. He didn't confine anyone. He was shot outside of the home. In order to get there, he actually confined the house.
No, I understand, but part of the self-defense instruction allows them to consider
Yeah.
a defendant resisting this commission of the felony.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, I think, again, I just don't think false imprisonment is applicable. I don't think kidnapping is applicable because there's no evidence of that because he never actually got inside that home.
I'm I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just asking Mr. Tomas, what his position is, because I'm not seeing it either.
So Judge, my position is, as Ms. Lynn testified, he told her that he was going to lock her out of the home, and it was her reasonable belief that he was going to barricade himself inside the home where the kids were. So she had asked him to leave. We already know he did not have traditional parental rights to those kids. They were limited. She asked him to leave, so by him, she had reason to believe that imminently he was going to go into that home and forcibly keep her out of the home, away from the kids. And that's where the kidnapping, false imprisonment argument comes from.
Right, under 3, is it A, B, C, or D?
We're looking at 9.2?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry, 9.1.
Oh, 9.1.
That's kidnapping, 9.1.
9.1. Uh,
9.1.
I think it has to be, well, I think he was clearly terrorizing Daisy Lake, so I think 3 can apply. And I would say he was intent on committing a felony by breaking into this house that he was not allowed to be in.
So you're saying it's 3, B, and C?
So the instruction, it's not to Daisy Link, because again, he would have had to confine and abduct in prison. She was outside, she was roaming around, she was not confined, abducted, or in prison. If anything, it would be applicable to the children. But again, he never got it. He was shot beforehand. And then, I just don't see how kidnapping or even false imprisonment is applicable here.
And Judge, I do think a jury can reasonably find that if he were to lock these kids' mother out of the house and remain in the house forcibly against her wishes, that would be a way of terrorizing those kids. So that goes to that.
So 3.6F, justifiable use of deadly force. If you scroll down to, on that first page, A or B, it talks about imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or imminent commission of applicable felony to himself or another. So it allows consideration essentially of 2 different victims.
That's right. Yes.
Did you look at kidnapping? I'm sorry, did you look at false imprisonment? There's less elements.
I did.
You wouldn't prefer if I was going to consider one over the other, you wouldn't consider false imprisonment over kidnapping?
I'm fine with false imprisonment.
As opposed to kidnapping?
That's fine with me.
Okay. State your objections to false imprisonment?
Yeah, I just don't think it's applicable,
If I were to give one over the other, it would be the false imprisonment. It's the felony you want to be considered. It also has less elements, and it fits more to what has been introduced than the kidnapping. And it also has the language regarding child under 13 years of age, and there's been testimony that both kids were under 18 years of age. I'm sorry, under 13 years of age. All right, is there anything else that I'm considering besides what we just talked about here?
So Judge, there's a few other things. If it's undisputed by the parties that the defendant had no duty to retreat, give this instruction, and if it is disputed, give another. So I don't think she had a duty to retreat. I don't know if the state agrees or not.
I'll wait. I mean, we did a stand your ground. I think she does have a duty to retreat. She lost a stand your ground.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
No, they don't know that, but we know that, and that's what you have a duty to retreat versus not having a duty to retreat, which is standing your ground. She didn't get that.
Okay, I'm probably going to let it in, the duty to retreat, because regardless of what happens with the stand your ground, the jury can consider it all over again.
Well, no, there's two, no, I understand that. There's two jury instructions. So it says, if it's undisputed, Daisy Link had no duty to retrieve before using deadly force. Sorry. If Daisy Link was not committing any crimes, if there is not a stipulation by the parties, if the parties dispute, is what it says. If Daisy Link was not committing any crime other than alleged second-degree murder or manslaughter for which the defendant is claiming self-defense or defense of others, and if she was at a place where she had the right to be, the defendant had no duty to retrieve before using deadly force. On the other hand, if at the time the defendant used, etc., that, because we are disputing, the way I read this at least, that's the instruction that needs to be read. I could be wrong there, but that's how I read that.
I'm sorry, point to me where you guys are at.
I don't know. Is this 360?
Yeah, this is still 3-6. It's right after the part where it says, the mentioning of the imminent commission of a felony, and then it's the very next page. I think it's the
It's
second.
on page 2. At the top of page 2, it starts, if it is undisputed by the parties.
Oh, I see. I think it's pretty clear. If the parties dispute, I have to give the longer instruction.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the longer instruction. All right, anything else requested?
I don't think so. I don't think,
There's a lot that doesn't apply here.
Yeah, it has to be cleaned up a lot.
yeah.
I'll send you all a draft, and then we can meet tomorrow. Can we meet early on tomorrow at 9:30?
Yeah, Mr. Tomas and I actually have something with you tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll be here anyway. But the other instruction that I would seek is I would ask for a jury instruction about what the court took condition notice of, that in order for parental rights to be terminated, there must be a court order under Florida law. And no such order exists.
All right, Mr. Tomas, any objection to that?
No, it's fine.
Okay, so I'll add that. Any other instructions regarding the video evidence that they are to rely on?
I think defense counsel and I need to sit down and agree on which videos are called.
So you're talking about the aid?
Yeah, so I have the transcript. It's my fault. I forgot to introduce it into evidence. I think we can agree on the record that it can go back to the jury.
Okay, so what will it be? Let's just give the clerk a copy.
It's actually sitting on top of.
Jeanette?
Yes.
So by stipulation of the parties, that goes into evidence. I can do it in front of the jury tomorrow, but that it states what?
It'll be states 30, Judge.
States 30, thank you.
Yes.
Once I look at the rules for deliberation, if there's, I'll include most of them. If you all want something, you'll let me know regarding impeachment, things of that nature. Defendant testifying, I'll include that in there. I can't think of anything else. Identification is not an issue. Okay, so I'll get you all. And so the only lesser that the state's asking for is manslaughter with a firearm and without a firearm, correct? So an F2 and an F1?
I'm not asking about a firearm. There is a firearm.
So just an F1 manslaughter?
Correct. Well, so it's meant, you give the manslaughter instruction, and then there's an aggravation, and it's an interrogatory that they're going to have to find. They very well could come back with a manslaughter without a firearm if they don't check out that one.
Okay, I'll add that. Is there anything else before we come back tomorrow at 9:30?
I guess we'll do the JOA, right?
Oh, go
Maybe
ahead.
we don't have to come back tomorrow.
Let's go ahead and do the first judgment of acquittal. So as the state said, it is in the light most favorable to them, and it's whether or not they met a prima facie case.
So, Judge, the jury instructions will read that Daisy Link doesn't have to prove that she was defending herself. In turn, actually, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not using justifiable use. Based on the evidence, the unrebutted evidence, Mr. Jimenez was attempting to barricade himself inside the house where her kids were, and he did so after he was told to leave many times. There's a court order in evidence that
that supports that he did not have custody of those kids and his rights were severely limited. And Ms. Wink was the custodial parent. There is evidence that has been unrebutted that he was not on the lease, didn't have a key, and the state certainly has not disproven that he did not live there. So I don't see how a reasonable juror can find that at a minimum, Ms. Wink didn't have reasonable grounds to believe that an imminent felony was about to be committed against her and her kids. And that's assuming that the jury actually doesn't believe that she had reason to be in fear of death or great bodily harm, which I believe they should, but I'm focusing for these purposes on the imminent commission of the felony.
Okay. All right, State. As to the first JOA and the second JOA.
Yes, Your Honor, as you stated, it is in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, and that the non-moving party the state has established a prima facie case. Respectfully, Mr. Tomas did inaccurately apply that standard here, referring to self-defense. What is here that we need to look at is the second-degree murder statute, and specifically those elements. The first being the victim's name. Medical examiner testified, legal ID was stipulated to, that was established through his testimony that he did die, and through the video itself showing that he died. The second is the death was caused by a criminal act of the defendant. The defendant, on her own, in her own actual interview, which was introduced to the state and in her actual statement itself, she ends up admitting that she did shoot the defendant while his back was facing towards her. In the light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, that does satisfy number 2, that the death was caused by a criminal act of the defendant. Number 3, the unlawful killing of the victim by an act eminently dangerous to another or demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So we have to take a look now a little bit into the actual jury instruction itself, where it describes an act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if an act or series of acts that, number 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do seriously bodily injury to another. Pointing a gun at someone, pulling the trigger, and shooting, and a bullet going towards someone's back is likely to cause serious bodily injury and even kill, like here in this case. Number 2, it's done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Your Honor, we heard directly from the actual defendant herself when she was on cross-examination, she was asked, "You were mad as hell when the shooting itself occurred," and she stated, "I was." She has, through her own actual interview and statement on the stand, admitted that this was through ill will, hatred, and spite. Now, number 3, is of such a nature that an act itself indicates an indifference to human life. It shows an indifference to human life because it is quite literally pointing a firearm at someone while their back is facing towards them and pulling the trigger while they are running away. In the light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, the state has proved a prima facie case here of second-degree murder regarding self-defense. That is something for the jury to decide to see whether or not that's applicable.
So I agree with you with the first JOA. The prima facie case is a low standard. The state just has to meet the basic elements of the offense, and it's in the light most favorable to the state. That was proven. The second JOA, Mr. Aktala, I'm not going to put all the facts on the record. You already read the standard into the record regarding could a reasonable jury come back guilty as charged. What's your response to Mr. Tomas saying that she was resisting the victim's attempt to go into her home, essentially a burglary, and also, so let me address that first.
Well, Your Honor, so first, this comes down to credibility of the actual witnesses. We have the medical examiner who's testifying about where itself the actual gunshot went through in the person's body. Then we actually look at the blood trail itself from where the blood started dripping from the victim, which is not anywhere near the actual front porch, as the evidence in the photos will show. So a jury could reasonably find that this was not an act of self-defense, that she was running towards the home. This is all coming from the defendant's statement herself, that she is essentially claiming that he was running into the home. It's a matter of credibility, and through the cross-examination and the defendant's interview, multiple times we see the actual story itself changing, and even while on the stand as well too. So a jury can take into consideration whether or not she was telling the truth, or that is the only place that this story comes from, that he was running into the home.
So based on what is in evidence, you're saying that there is enough for the jury to weigh credibility and make a determination that her version of events is not reasonable?
Exactly, Your Honor.
What about her version of events? And it might come down to the sequence of the events, right, and how it's told. She obviously said that he's bigger than her, right? That he had hit her a few days before, and her version of events is something along the lines of she wanted him to stop hitting her because right before she shot him, he pushed her to the ground.
Again, this comes down to credibility, because we look at how many times she tells this story to detectives. It's 4 different times in the actual interview itself, where this is not coming out towards the end. And even we talk about how much time itself has gone by, whether or not she's had an opportunity to sit down and think about this. This still comes down to credibility and whether or not, the jury can find her credible and see if that story is accurate or not. This is why, in moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits not only the facts stated in evidence adduced, but also admits every conclusion favorable to the adverse party that a jury might fairly and reasonably infer from the evidence, which can be inferred here, especially because there is the video itself of the shooting where we hear that set of facts that the defendant presented does not line up with that.
Do you want access to the record regarding what I just asked the state?
What was that, Judge?
Do you want access to the record of what I just asked the state?
No, what was the question that you were referring to?
I was asking him about her version of events, specifically about the sequence of events of her saying something along the lines of he had pushed her to the ground or hit her to the ground. She wanted the hitting to stop. They were both going towards the front door, and that's why she shot.
Yes, that's her testimony, and we heard corroborating testimony from the grandmother who left an hour or two before the shooting, but before she left, she herself witnessed multiple occasions of Mr. Jimenez attacking Miss Link, being told to leave, leaving, and then coming back. So there is corroboration there, and the state has not introduced evidence that would rebut that.
What they want me to do is leave it up to the jury because a reasonable jury could weigh the credibility and then come to their own determination.
They could, but I don't think a reasonable jury is going to believe that as the state has alleged, that Mr. Jimenez, at the time he got shot, he was running away in fear. When you consider the evidence where he screamed what he did, and Miss Link's version of events line up with all of that. I understand the state's position. My position is I don't think a reasonable jury can overcome or come to a conclusion that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not justified in stopping this man from entering her home and barricading her out of her home after she told him to leave multiple times.
So at this stage, the court's going to deny the second judgment of acquittal. It is a jury instruction, and based on the arguments regarding the credibility of the witnesses and which version of events and from which lens a jury actually views the version of events, sequence of events, and credibility of the witnesses, a reasonable juror could come back as guilty as charged. If you all convince them otherwise, Mr. Tomas, I could very well see them coming back on something else. Okay? But we'll let this jury decide. All right, anything else that I can take care of for you before we adjourn for the day?
You said you wanted us here at 9:30, right?
Yeah, please, if possible. So, I'll be doing the sounding at 9, if you guys can get here at 9:30.
Alex wants to do it now.
Yeah, I can't.
We don't have 5
I'm not ready on the trial.
It's going to take me at least 20 minutes to print the jury instructions. So we can at least go over it close to 9:30. I can make some edits with Lisette's help, and then we can at least fire it off so that we can give them everything at 10:30 and read them the instructions. It'll probably take me another 20 minutes, 15 minutes to read it to them. And then you all can start your closing arguments close to 11. Will you all be needing more than 45 minutes per side?
Yeah.
Can we just start with 45 minutes and take it from there? Because I essentially told them lunch between 12:30 and 1. If you all need an hour, then it would be 11 to 1. I'm sorry, 11 to 12, 12 to 1.
Are
Okay?
you giving 45 minutes total? Because I'm gonna need more than 45 minutes for Bo and first.
Yeah, 45 minutes to an hour total.
I mean, Judge, it is a homicide case. I would ask for at least an hour.
Let's just start with 45 minutes and take it from there, okay? But if you all want 1 hour, I'm open to giving you all 1 hour. All right, see you tomorrow. Thank you.